brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. But birds together. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. But birds together. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. But birds together. Real stories which are brighter than the stars. So clear. is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow
flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste and a warm welcome again to another session of Healing Our Earth, the channel that's here to help you, bringing unity, bringing different topics to share during these unprecedented times. Namaste, my name is Dr. Milan Shah. I've been a host for a privilege of Healing Our Earth on numerous times. And you won't believe it, but this is in fact our 56th session 56 sessions since the beginning really of this corona epidemic, pandemic, which really brought this forward. So do go to healingourearth.com on the Facebook, on YouTube, and all the partner channels. So currently we are live. So those of you who are watching, maybe on Facebook, please spread the word that today's session is on, and a really interesting session. So in a moment, I'm going to be introducing Dr. Dimple Arora, who's our first speaker. Really excited once you hear about her and what she's got to share with us over this coming hour, particularly on looking after ourselves. After that, we actually have a topic on pranic healing, pranic meditation with Sarah Baines coming up. Following that, so in UK time, we're here from 2 till 6, wherever you are in the world. For the next 4 hours, we're together. So do come on that journey. So in the moment, let's begin as we do by invoking the divine, invoking the higher, from whichever culture, whichever part you're from. So one ancient Sanskrit prayer is that of the Gayatri Mantra. So those who are there, please may we all chant together and chant that together. Om Bhurбhuvah Suvah Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May my mind be illuminated by the sun. May my intellect become as bright as the sun. May there be peace everywhere. Wherever you're watching, we hope that you're in peace, that you're remaining in harmony and equanimity. Do look at all the sessions that Healing Our Earth have brought, from the yoga and wellness sessions to today's particularly update on the theme of COVID. Next week, just already letting you know for next week, we have our vegan and vegetarian kitchen, which is next Sunday, the 13th of December. But without further ado, let's now explore what we're going to cover today. So COVID is still here. There have been lots of talks about vaccines. Maybe you have questions about vaccines which are coming, especially if you live in UK, which is going to be one of the first countries. I've been busy being a UK doctor myself, helping organize that, fielding questions. But long before that is still keeping our bodies healthy, such that we don't, in fact, get the corona itself, and keeping ourselves safe, as we know, wearing a face mask, keeping our distance as well, and washing our hands. And this is a worldwide instructions to everyone. So today, in a moment, we've got Dr. Dimple Arora, who's with us, and I've had a chance to talk to her already, and really excited with her smiling face, is going to meet us from Thailand. So in fact, before we even introduce you, if we can spotlight you and just see you there, we can see Dr. Arora, and really nice to see you there. And welcome to Healing Our Earth. You are in Thailand, so I know it's a few hours ahead already. So with that, I'd like to just introduce Dr. Yeah, how many hours ahead exactly?
6 hours, I think. Yes.
Fine. So it's well into the evening for you. But really, just to read up a bit on Dr. Arora. So she's Dr. Dimple Arora is a doctor of natural medicine, specializing in advanced Ayurveda. As we know, the science of life, the ancient science of health from India, and diet and nutrition from London. So you've obviously got some various different expertises there. She's a founding director of the Golden Awareness Wellness Consultancy and Training in Bangkok, where she's actually from, and born and brought up in Thailand, which is amazing, but obviously with an Indian background as well. She also runs her own online store called Urban Ayurveda by Dr. Arora, which delivers chemical-free whole food supplements and personal wellness products. She's a product innovator, writer, author, and inspirational speaker. With a proven track record for over a decade, Dr. Arora has helped turn around the health and inspired thousands of individuals through her books and clinical practice, TV appearances, retreats, and workshops. And she's going to speak really about her approach to health in being preventative and metabolic friendly. So I think the idea of preventative health, particularly myself coming from family medicine, we know really this is a real field that's coming up of well-being, of preventative health. Why wait till something has happened, and can we prevent prior to that? Particularly optimized functions of the liver, the colon, the kidneys, and other core organs. And boosting a particularly theme which I hope you'll develop called adaptogenic immune response. So it'll be interesting to see what adaptogenic means in from your terms, and really how to improve your immune system. So I've given you a sort of a long background, but really want you to share with us the whole theme of improving health. And just before you start to let know everyone who's watching, please do get onto your WhatsApp, to your Facebook, and just share with people that this is on, because many people just really enjoy being on this show and even being able to ask questions or just to listen to the speakers. So Dr. Aurora, we'd like to spotlight you now and begin, and I'd love to interact with you wherever possible, but I know you also have a presentation. You're with us for the next hour or just under an hour. So a warm welcome, and it's a privilege to have you on the show. Namaste.
Namaste, and thank you so much, Dr. Millen, for this wonderful introduction. Thank you to Neil and the whole team on Healing Our Earth for having me here as a speaker, and just to share my humble bit. The thing is, I have been walking the talk for the past 20 years, ever since I completed my studies in Ayurveda in the year 2000. And through my clinical practice for more than a decade now. And it has been a journey that I think is worth sharing because of we have seen reduction in incidences of infections, better, faster recovery time, not only in my family, because my family is the immediate recipient of this knowledge, and my guinea pigs as well, where I try all my herbal potions and everything. But the result has been so positive that I feel so compelled now to share it with the rest of the world. So I think, let me just jump into my brief presentation that I have prepared, because many people don't really understand what Ayurveda is. For them, it's just this image of a Shirodhara or a body massage, and that's Ayurveda. But it is just so much more than that. It is more like a science, just like Newtonian science or Albert Einstein science, a very universal science whose principles can be adapted and applied to any part of the world. So can I just then go now and share my presentation, right? Share my screen, yeah?
Please do, yes, if you're able to share your screen.
Great. Let me just go there first. Can you see it, Dr. Millen?
We're just waiting. Hopefully it'll be coming up soon.
Okay.
So we're still waiting for your screen to come up.
I see. Wait, let me just say, I have pressed here and
Dr. Aurora, when you share the screen,
share.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
You can
perfect.
see it now?
We
All right.
are.
Great.
And
okay. So basically it's I will be zooming in on helping you understand the immune intelligence, okay, using the theories of Ayurveda as explained by modern science. So my opening statement is only nature can truly heal us and support our immune system in the long run, because we come from nature, because medications have their place, and I have a lot of respect for mainstream medications in saving lives, in treating acute conditions. But we all know from experience by now that long-term medications, chemically invasive medications, can take a toll on the immune system and lead to side effects. So is this on the screen mode? Okay, now that's better. Now, basically my content covers these topics: viruses and their conventional treatment, staying one up on viruses with Ayurveda, and the focus on ojas. I will be talking about the ojas a little bit, and the concept of ama or toxins. Superfood and herbs in daily life to increase ojas or immunity, and diet protocol in virus infections, which I think is very relevant. Now here I have mentioned that the most subtle invaders requires the power of the most subtle force in our anatomy, and that is our immune intelligence. You need to be aware of certain things regarding viruses, okay? Viruses are not living cells, okay? They have no cell membranes, they do not have metabolism, they don't have respiration. They are strands of RNA, DNA, which are dormant until they meet a host cell, and then they start feeding off and replicating. Antibiotics do not kill viruses, only the bacteria. What they do, on the contrary, is that they will weaken the immune system further by eroding your strain of good bacteria, which can then lead to all kinds of fungal infections and put a further burden on the immune system. So please, if you have a viral infection and the doctor is giving you antibiotics, this is not going to help, okay? Your immune health is the key here in creating a hostile environment for viruses so that your immune system can kill and rid them sooner than later. The conventional treatment for viruses so far have been medications to suppress the symptoms. So anti-cough, anti-fever, decongestants, all right, asthma, bronchodilators. And then we have the flu shots, which don't really cannot possibly cover all the strains of viruses out there. So your best bet in the pandemic, in this corona era, is your own immune system. It's interesting. I've been following this very closely, the pandemic news and everything. And one thing has come to light, and that is people with a compromised nutrition status or with conditions like diabetes or high blood pressure or other chronic conditions have the chances of complications more than, healthy individuals. Even when they are afflicted, they are recovering, but there are people who are, in the sensitive age bracket related to age or these kind of conditions, they are finding it harder to recover. And also people who are overweight or with a low nutrition status, right? Like lack of antioxidants, vitamins, minerals in their diet. So this has come to light and has made prevention and mindfulness of your diet and nutrition all the more imperative, okay? Now, just a quick introduction to Ayurveda. Ayurveda is much more than a head massage, all right? The word it's divided into two parts. Ayu is your lifespan. Veda is science or to know. So to know your life, it's a science of life. It's interesting that more than 70% of the literature of Ayurveda is dedicated to preventive healthcare. Yes, I mean, that's how relevant and futuristic the science is. It's just not about curative care, but prevention. Okay, so it's more than 5,000 years old, originated in the Indian subcontinent, but it's not an Indian science. It's a very universal science. The definition of health, according to Ayurveda, is not having a certain BMI or a certain blood pressure and cholesterol level, but it is the health is the energy to live a happy and meaningful life in the absence of diseases. This is the definition of Ayurveda. So you see, it covers not only your physical health, but the energy and the happiness, the EQ factor, okay, the meaning, the purpose of life, that all these things tie up, the emotional and spiritual aspects tie up into your health, into how healthy you are, okay? So in Ayurveda, just to know, I mean, if you have to take away something from this particular slide, is that you are a three-dimensional being, not just body and mind, but body, mind, and energy, or your consciousness, okay? Next. To understand your health, understand the three core principles of creation on this planet. And this is very interesting that I find that, the Ayurvedic scientists or the Maharishis who intuited and recorded this science, they understood that humans were an integral part of the earth. So whatever processes were governing this planet, and they realized that this planet was not random. There were some systematic, predictable processes at place. Day was becoming night, night was becoming day. The seasons were changing in exactly the same way every year. So there were some processes which they distilled it down to three core, intelligent, predictable, energetic processes of creation. Number one was the constant movement. Okay, so the earth was constantly moving, rotating, revolving around the sun. This particular movement principle, they called it the Vata principle. Okay, the second principle was tied to the sun because they realized that we were strong like 7 planets revolved around the sun. Okay, so without the sun, we were a dead planet. We could not exist. Humans could not exist. So the metabolic or the solar principle is called Pitta, which was tied to the sun. Okay, and the third one is the principle of structure or cohesion, of which gravity was one expression. But we also cover the electromagnetic field that surrounds each planet and all the heavenly bodies out there, which keep things in their place. And this structural principle was called Kapha. Okay, so let's just take a look here. So Vata is something that moves things, okay, automatically. So in our human body, movements are taking place nonstop, 24/7. Your heart is beating. You don't need to press any command buttons. If I drink water right now, the water knows the direction of movement very intelligently, where to go and where to leave the body, okay? In the same way, your body is constantly breaking up things for digestion and assimilation. So the Pitta principle is at work, the metabolism, okay? The elemental expression of Pitta is fire. The elemental expression of Vata is air and ether, because when the earth rotates, air currents are generated. And if we don't have this movement, we would die because air would stop circulating, okay? So Vata is air and ether. At the very subtle level, it leads to your life force or enthusiasm for life. And it's distilled into the prana shakti or the chi life force energy that runs, your electric impulses that runs through every living thing on this planet, from a blade of grass to the human body, to every insect and animals. We have the prana shakti or the life force current. And then we have the pitta principle, which is elementally fire, but gives you light, okay, the light of intelligence and awareness, and it is called tejas in Ayurveda. Kapha is structural, elementally expresses earth and water, and at a very, very subtle level, it gives you the ability to love and have compassion, and it determines your immunity wellness, which is called ojas. Okay, now this is just in a nutshell to help you understand what vata, pitta, and kapha are, because I do a lot of workshops here in this part of the world, and many expats, they are like confused as to what are these bioenergies or doshas, as they're called in Sanskrit. Dosh, actually, that which can go wrong because they're in such a delicate balance. Okay. Now, I like to compare this whole theory to the modern particle physics theory that is being propagated by Albert Einstein and Stephen King and all these modern physicists that we have. So when they discuss an atom, okay, these attributes come to light. Each atom is a non-matter, a dot of space with heat and light. Each atom is in constant vibration with affinity to bond with each other and create clusters of molecules, thus the illusion of matter. So these attributes of space and vibration is totally vata. Heat and light is pitta. Affinity to bond is kapha. So basically, at the very atomic level, what the ancients, discovered by noticing, by observing the processes of the earth, and what modern physicists are discovering is exactly the same thing. We are governed by the energies of vata, pitta, and kapha. Proton, neutron, electron. It's not a coincidence that there are three elliptical paths here. Okay, so it's all very, coming together of modern science and and Ayurveda, which is again ancient science, but very futuristic, if you ask me. Okay. Now, Dr. David Frawley, I personally subscribe to him. He's the father of modern Ayurveda, who has translated texts from Sanskrit into English for the rest of the world. And I really feel indebted to all his books, which I have really read and studied. Okay, so Dr. David Frawley describes this whole concept of ojas, which is your immunity intelligence. It is no hocus pocus, okay, ojas. It's your ability to ward off diseases. It's your prime reserve of energy responsible for maintaining contentment, strength, vigor, and immunity. More ojas, more immunity with radiant complexion, sparkle in the eyes, and basically a very pleasant demeanor, So they go so far to say that saints and, people who are evolved, the ojas can actually come out of their aura as like a golden halo, golden light. So people, saints and prophets generally are depicted with this golden light, okay, that is their ojas that's projected. It has a yellowish red color, looks like ghee, smells like puffed rice, and tastes like honey. So there are some qualities has been ascribed or attributed to the ojas because it is not some invisible or imagined part of your anatomy. It is actually a part of your energetic anatomy. They call it semi-matter. You can't see it with the naked eye, but sooner or later, science is going to discover this, all right? Just like they've discovered these subtle hormones and pineal gland secretions and things like that, which were not known to us until maybe 3-4 decades ago. So ojas is present as a few drops near the heart chakra. It is part of our energetic anatomy. I think for now, it's just enough to know this much about your ojas, that it is real and it exists, and it is governing directly your immune intelligence. Now, ways to increase your ojas would be ways to make your immune system more adaptive, right? So your immunity factor can be enhanced with wholesome food and herbs, healthy, stress-free lifestyle. So you notice here, diet is not enough, all right? You need to have a certain lifestyle, a certain mindset that enables the secretion of these happy chemicals and hormones in the body that, increase your immunity. So sufficient exercise, study, that's mental exercise, prayers, meditation, sleep and rest, positive thoughts and emotions, music, sound vibrations like the mantra Om are all set to improve your ojas in daily life. Immunity is dependent on gut health completely, all right? 70% of your immune cells are formed in the small intestine. So gut health depends on the right balance of nourishing and cleansing food. One thing I find very interesting, because I've studied nutrition as well, and I've studied Ayurveda. Now, when I study nutrition science, the focus was a lot on build your body with the minerals and vitamins and proteins and things like that. So there was a lot of focus on nourishment. But Ayurveda focuses more on cleansing your body through fasting, through herbs, okay, through soups and teas, because it is more important to make sure that your colon, where a lot of your absorption takes place, that remains clear, okay, of harmful microbes, of undigested food particles, of toxic compounds as a byproduct of digestion. Because once that becomes congested, you could be eating the most expensive supplement or the most exotic fruit or berries, but the absorption won't be there. And if you're not absorbing the minerals, if you're not absorbing the vitamins, I'm sorry, your immune system does not get a boost there. So cleansing your gut is very important in day-to-day life, okay? And that is why I believe a lot of our Vedic rituals involve fasting as a way of even celebrations, okay? There are many, many rituals that involve that. You have to clear the gut of ama toxins, as I just mentioned, undigested food in the gut, fermenting, which is actually the cause, has been now identified as the root cause of even cancers, okay? The right balance of good bacteria is vital. Diet high in minerals like zinc and antioxidant vitamins like A, C, E, and D, okay? So wholesome food, we all know that, it's natural, fresh. So basically Ayurveda focuses a lot on natural and local food that's coming fresh from the earth, undergoing the least amount of processing. Okay, local food have more prana, more life force. How do I know that a potato has life force versus a potato chip? A very simple experiment you can do even at home. Just cut a potato into half. Okay, you haven't killed it. Put both the halves into the soil. It's going to sprout. Both the halves are going to sprout. Put a potato chip into the ground. It's not going to sprout for 1,000 years. Now, both have carbs, both have minerals. What is missing in the potato chip? Life force. The prana shakti that is running in the whole potato. Even when you chop it, it's not dead. Okay? You can still get life out of it. This is the difference between processed food and whole food. Now, most fruits and vegetables, seeds, dry fruits, even some meat, the occasional meat is a part of an Ayurvedic diet, especially for Vata constitutions. Ghee, milk derived from compassionately and organically derived from home cows. Okay, I've mentioned that because nowadays milk is loaded with allergens only because the way we are raising cows and the whole dairy farming is toxic. Okay, so I don't recommend milk right now as a very sattvic food for the present era, but the Ayurvedic milk at that time was actually very pure and ojas building. Okay. Now, cleansing food is clearing the gut of ama or toxic compounds. Generally now in modern nutrition terms, I can describe cleansing food as food that is high in ascorbic acid. Okay, that's like vitamin C, the precursor for vitamin C, citric acids, chelating phytocompounds, probiotic good bacteria. So all the food that has these kind of ingredients would be a good cleansing food for your gut. Vitamin C helps produce interferon to protect the cells from infection and also helps in chelation. Now, for those who are not familiar, chelation is the process where where the body rids itself of the toxic metals. Okay, where we rid the body, the liver especially, of toxic metals like aluminium or mercury and similar metals that collect over time, arsen. Okay, amla gooseberries is the highest known source of ascorbic acid on this planet. That's the gooseberries. You can see those green olive color, luscious gooseberries. Now one fruit, according to Dr. David Frawley, has about the equivalent of 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams of ascorbic acid. Okay, and I really find the word amla very interesting because you can see the first three letters ama, it's like already telling you that this is one of the best fruits to take the ama away from the body, okay, from your liver especially. It's the #1 Ayurvedic detox Rasayan fruit, along with other berries. Your local berries will also have similar properties. Lemon, yogurt, probiotics, tamarind, and elderberries, okay? Now, wrong food and combos to avoid to reduce ama in the gut in daily life would be stale, frozen, and deep fried food, refined white flour and sugar, very general common knowledge now. Eating food raw, which are meant to be cooked. Now, here is something I wish to highlight because a lot of vegan and raw food enthusiasts are coming to my clinic with very compromised digestion and health issues. That's because there's certain food like potatoes, for example, you're meant to cook them a little bit. You can't eat them raw because they won't release the enzymes for you to digest them. Same thing is with legumes and beans, which are meant to be soaked or and steamed and cooked so that you are able to digest them. Okay. Otherwise, your body just will not be able to break them down into the nutrient compounds that will benefit you. Instead, they will just cause gas and bloating and a lot of discomfort. Okay. Now, here are some golden food combinations to avoid, all right? Because I have these cases when people come to me, oh, doctor, I'm having like fruits, I'm having an apple and milk every day for breakfast. And I told them, hey, your cholesterol must be very high by now. And they're like, how did you know that? You know, that was one very interesting because she's a vegetarian and her cholesterol was going off the roof. And then she says, why is this causing cholesterol? I said, that's because your body is creating alcohol every day with this combination. An apple and milk together. Okay, so fruits and milk do not go well together. They create, alcohol-like compounds, which your liver has to deal with, and that makes it fatty, elevates your cholesterol. That's just a little example here. So let's take a look. Fruits and veggies with milk. Okay, milk is to be taken alone. It's a meal by itself. It's got certain complex proteins that need exclusive digestion, okay, by the gut. Fruits after meals. Cucumber with lemon. Yeah, so many of us Indians, we squeeze a lot of lemon on the cucumbers. That is not good. Okay, it causes bloating and water retention. Honey and ghee in equal proportions. Heated honey. Honey should never be heated directly. Okay. Melons with other food or fruits. More than one complex protein at a given meal. So you can see that a buffet is actually not the best choice to have every day when you have different sorts of, pork and duck and fish all together. They're all complex proteins, and it puts a lot of burden and load on your gut, puts it in a state of flux because your gut has to adjust the level of hydrochloric acid and the pepsin and all the enzymes that are needed. So it's in the long run, especially when you're 40 plus and your BMR is not that great, you really need to be mindful of your food combinations if you want to stay fit and healthy. Okay. Then we have reliance on herbs. Okay, that's the beautiful part of Ayurveda, which is not adequately covered in modern nutrition and modern medicine. Herbs is nature's original pharmacy. They have very therapeutic phytonutrients and compounds, okay, that help to actually diffuse a lot of microbes and lurking worms and bacteria in your gut in your daily life. And I have this whole picture. I deliberately chose this picture because it covers all the top anti-flu herbs. Can you identify them? There's holy basil. Holy basil today in nutrition science has been classified as an adaptogen. Okay, adaptogen is something that when you that helps regulate the body's stress response. And basil is also an expectorant. That means it helps to clear the airways of mucus. So basil, mint, black pepper, green chili peppers are again one of the best first aid you can have for a flu, okay, to diffuse and the active protein of the viruses. Basically, you're cutting off the sugar supply to the cells that are feeding the viruses. And at the same time, these herbs will melt, the mucus and expel it out, either through, orally or through the gut. So these are some herbs to incorporate. Garlic is another one, turmeric, green chilies, lemongrass, mint, basil, chili. So basically our, mixed chutneys and all, very good idea to incorporate into your diet. So they are both curative and preventive. If you have these herbs in daily life, your mucus is, adequately eliminated from your airways. So they don't really keep the virus trapped, but they keep it, in a state of movement out of the body, okay? Here is some loose guidelines, all right? Now, please take this with a disclaimer that these are meant for people in general. If you have a specific health condition, food intolerance, allergy, please consult, okay, before you take these measures. But they are generally safe for everyone. I have applied these measures to my children ever since they were like 2 years old. And I'm telling you, I'm very happy with the results because today they have one of the most robust immune systems. At the onset of flu symptoms, gargle a lot with warm water, salt or lemon, or warm ACV solution, apple cider vinegar, okay? That takes away the mucus and the virus that is trapped in it. Warm honey lemon water every 3 hours. So the idea is to keep your gut environment high in vitamin C. That means every 120 minutes, you've got to take something that will replenish your body with vitamin C, because viruses cannot survive a gut environment that is high in vitamin C. That is a modern nutrition finding, by the way. So we have amla, berries, high vitamin C fruits like guavas and citrus fruits, veggies, salads, like the salad with carrot and bell peppers and coriander and lemon and salt and black pepper. Oh my God, it's absolutely my favorite. And you can just munch on it all day. The moment you start feeling that scratchy feeling in the throat, that flu is coming on, and I'm telling you, within 12 hours, the symptoms will start to reverse, okay? The mucus will melt out of your nose sooner than later, and you'll feel so much better just within 24 hours. Warm herbal soups and rice gruel. So basically you cut off the supply of carbohydrates, okay, of very complex proteins to your cells by avoiding sugary drinks, refined flour and sugar like cakes and cookies and pizzas, milk, cheese, and dairy products, deep fried food, and red meat. Just cut it out for 72 hours from your diet, and you see the magic of your adaptogenic immune system, okay? Now, we are talking about diet, but you know what? We can still live without food, but we can't live without air. And maximizing the most important nutrient, that's oxygen, is something we should not overlook in daily life. Okay, so pranayam is that part of yoga that helps you expand your lung capacity, helps you oxygenate better, and a body in which oxygen is well circulated to every part, every cell, every tissue ensures a more relaxed body and mind, promotes wellness hormones. Better oxygenation prevents cysts and tumors, and better circulation of nutrients, improves intracellular communication, and thus boosting adaptogenic immune response. Intracellular communication is the key here, all right? When a cell is infected and it's releasing a signal, if it is surrounded by a whole layer of muck and toxic waste products or armor, the signal does not reach other parts of your body, and that's when most damage is done. Virus starts replicating, mucus starts forming. The action is not immediate. All the soldiers that are needed to go to the frontier, that is delayed. So adaptogenic immune response is all about boosting and speeding up the whole immune response, okay, when you're invaded by something like a coronavirus, okay? So that was it for now. I hope it was clear. I know I kind of speeded through this because I just want to leave some time for Q&A and to clarifying your doubts. And again, I'm very grateful to Healing Our Earth and would like to congratulate this wonderful forum, this group, for integrating the planet, because I call myself an Earthtarian. I love the earth and the whole idea of supporting earth-friendly activities, through and while boosting our health, because I think just through this short presentation, we have realized how much we depend on food and bounties from nature to survive and to be healthy and robust. Okay, so wake up and remember this ultimate truth that the earth and you are one. Wake up and protect this home of homes before you're left with none. Thank you very much once again for having me, and I remain available to answer your questions.
Namaste. Thank you so much, Dr. Aurora. A really interesting presentation. If you want to maybe stop the screen share, so I think if you then we can see each other again on screen. So you may need to actually press stop screen share somewhere. You may have a button.
Let me just check that out. 1 minute.
So we can see you again.
Hang on. Maybe I should just.
Yeah, there should be a button at the top or somewhere to actually say stop screen share. That's it. Lovely. So we can see you again.
All right.
And fantastic. So I think for all the viewers, thank you so much for a fantastic overview. You've really taken us on a journey from the principles of Ayurveda to the concepts of the three dosha, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and really nicely put as well the concept of Ojas as well, and really being this sort of seat of immunity and wellness. and then moving on to some very more modern or practical tips, which we've got some time. So we've actually got a good few minutes together. I know in Thailand it's nighttime. Depending wherever people are joining in the world, it's still very bright. And it doesn't matter what time it is. I think we're together and it's bright wherever we are. So
Absolutely.
why don't we spend a little bit of time then just exploring, teasing out some of these things, because we've got time together before. And those of you who are watching, do have a look at what's next with us. So I can see Sarah Baines has joined us. She'll be joining us from 3 o'clock UK time on our next topic of pranic healing, pranic meditation. We have some excellent speakers even afterwards with our next host. We've got Dr. Pankanya coming back, who's one of the leading UK experts on COVID. Really interested to hear back from him, as well as some of the other speakers. We have Professor Agarwal, who's going to be speaking on fluid mechanics as well as Dr. Vyas on the themes of well-being. So do have a look. There's lots more to come. But Dr. Aurora, coming back to you. So first, you mentioned Dr. David Fraudley. So it was very nice because I've met him a few times, listened to his lectures in person. Yeah, so it was nice when he's come to London and as he goes by his Sanskrit name of Vamadev Shastri, which is he's also a Sanskrit scholar as well. So he's a very talented scholar. And I think his book, The Introduction to Ayurveda, is a classic and has brought a lot of people.
Absolutely. I think, picked up all of his books so far. If he's written some more, please suggest it to me, because I think he gives such good insights that I rarely find even by, local Indian authors. He is gifted. I don't know. I think this knowledge runs in him.
Sure, yes. And I was very lucky to actually, attend a few sessions with him in person when he was in London and listen to him talk as well. So let's take up some of these topics further. And I think let's make it as practical as possible for the everyday person living in their busy world. Maybe things have changed. It's lockdown. Some people have said it's been great. They've been able to slow down their lives a bit more. It's been a bit easier to do things healthier. Others have said the opposite. So a lot of my patients that come to me, there's a term in England called COVID belly, so which means that your stomach has grown bigger because people are sitting and watching television and eating junk food, and suddenly their abdominal obesity. So I had a patient who came to me last week, an English gentleman who's always very tall and slim, and literally came with a belly sticking out. And he said, "Dr. Shah, look at my belly." But in a practical term, you've mentioned some things about healthy eating and so on. What would you say in terms of a routine? I know the other thing about Ayurveda is very individualistic, which is another very nice thing compared to maybe other streams of medicine, even allopathy, where we try and give the same thing to everyone. And we know that actually people are very different according to their own constitution, their own prakriti, really. But some practical tips. You've mentioned you've got children you've grown up, you've brought up, or so on. I'm a parent as well. Maybe can you give a few tips of the simple things we can do on a daily basis that could improve our health?
Absolutely. So basically, start the day with warm honey lemon water. Okay, so that's something that has been in our house, like, I don't know, it's a permanent thing. Warm honey lemon, and grow basil. Okay, so you can chew on a few basil leaves in the morning, and we soak about 5 to 10 almonds. Okay, because almonds are a very good source of, you guessed it, zinc, which is needed for your immune system. So there you get the lemon, you get the vitamin C from the lemon, you get the zinc from the almonds, you get the adaptogenic basil. And one thing I've recently started is to, slice amla, the gooseberry, just gently blanch it and slice it and salt it, and we keep it in a jar. So every morning the children will take a few pieces before leaving for school. And because ever since the corona, I tell them, before you leave, you take the amla. When you come back, you take the amla, because it's so high in vitamin C that whatever could be lurking there in the airways will just get diffused. Okay, so that is something that we do early morning. Another thing is to ensure that to have at least 2 servings of fruits and salads. So maybe late morning, here when the sun is out in the horizon is after 10 a.m. So I generally advise people to have like a nice, maybe like a yogurt salad, with grated carrots and beetroots, and we put some sesame seeds onto it. Or you could have like a mixed carrot beetroot juice with green leaves, for good measure, or aloe vera juice. Aloe vera is another adaptogen and a very, very hormone regulating herb. with high vitamin E content. So I personally would, we consume that because these are some of the products that I have created even to supply to my clients here in Bangkok, okay? Fresh whole food supplements. So like I have the homemade gooseberry jam, for example, Chyawanprash. Okay, so that is something that we create without preservatives, with very minimal sugars. So things like that, which will boost your immune system. So basically we have a fruit and salad time, 10, 11 o'clock, then at about 3, 4 o'clock, late afternoon. And then lunches are generally, for most doshas, all right, it's supposed to be like the most fulfilling and should be your well-cooked meal. It should not be raw. It should not be the lightest meal. Okay, it should be fulfilling. So some people go for intermittent fasting, so they could have like a brunch at about 11, 11:30. I mean, so whatever, it depends. But make your lunch count, all right, because that gives you a lot of energy, and it gives your body enough time to process any byproducts of digestion. Most people make the mistake of having the heaviest heaviest meal at dinner time because it's family time. Okay, but remember that when we are aging, and especially when we're 40 plus, your metabolic rate goes down. So it means after sunset, your pitta, okay, the pitta is the energetic principle that's digesting food, but it derives from the sun. Okay, so when the sun sets, your pitta also is a bit low, your agni, we call it, okay, the metabolic fire. So your food does not get as well digested, and it kind of ferments in the gut. So make the lunch count, and the dinner could be lighter. So generally I avoid people to have grains like, heavy carbohydrates, especially wheat and breads for dinner. After 5 o'clock, if you're eating, please avoid that. Avoid salads, even if it's like you have a vata body, it's very cold. So a good dinner would be something like a soup or with stir fries, maybe a protein like a fish or chicken breast or something. So this is like a very nice, easy to digest dinner. And yeah, so basically respecting that. And I also like to focus a lot on liver health. So basically your liver regenerates, okay, especially in the time window of 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. approximately. And so that's why an early dinner, by sunset is advisable, because by the time you sleep, all the processes have been done, by the gut, and the organs get a break, and then the liver gets to recharge. And yeah, so this is something like, very simply we can put into practice. Another thing that I make it a point to do is to practice some measure of mindfulness before sleeping. Is like a mind log off ritual, because we are so always engaged mentally that sometimes that affects our gut health. So mindfulness, deep breathing, doing the Brahmari pranayama, or just observing your thoughts and just letting go of emotions that come up. Things like that is a part of my nutrition practice as well. I mean, I counsel and coach people through these kind of practices. So, and they're not very, very difficult. Another thing I find very useful is,
sorry, I was going to say can you hear me okay? So yeah, there's so much there. We've actually had a question come in as well, so I'm going to just share that in a moment about Mediterranean diets. But already you've shared with us a lot from I think the honey, the lemon, soaking the almonds, the gooseberry as well, the holy basil, or the tulsi as well. So hopefully people, wherever you're around, you can access some of these as well, and some of the products you've mentioned as well. So I think one of the things also, as you say, lunch being a more prominent meal, trying to finish eating, it's just knowing, particularly, I mean, we call it the Western, but it's really anywhere. Our entire lifestyle has just changed so much that it is, it's trying to even live this. People are coming home 7 or 8 p.m. at night, then starting their food, and you say having bread or whatever at 9 o'clock at night. So it's almost trying to sometimes reset a lot of our routines as well. And things that just the conventional ways of living have pushed us to, and we almost have to come out of that. So we've got a question from Spain, in fact. So we've got Carlos from Spain. We've got an elderly couple. He's asking for an elderly couple who are in their 80s and asking sort of what sort of because we've heard this term obviously of Mediterranean diets quite a lot. What would you, when you've heard this term Mediterranean diet, what would you recommend maybe for a couple in their older years? They're in their 80s, and maybe you can guide us, because obviously we, being physicians, both of us, we look after patients who are often a lot older. Particularly in the UK, I look after a lot of people over 80s, and how their metabolism changes at all.
Absolutely. Okay, so a Mediterranean diet, there are a few things that come immediately to mind. One is olive oil, garlic, tomatoes. Am I right? That these are like the staples, and even pesto sauces and things like that, with basil and mint. So it's already very healthy now. In our, when we are like octogenarians, so 70 plus diet should be less. Okay, I'll tell you the triggers that should be avoided to put lesser burden on your digestive faculty. So basically, we avoid refined flour, okay, refined sugars, and we focus more on whole vegetables and salads, okay, warm salads, not very cold, because the vata is very high in elderly people and can make them, feel a bit bloated. So always steam, any vegetables, or stir fry it in garlic, olive oil, okay. And basically the diet should be vata balancing. So the attributes of vata is actually, it's like air humor. So it's cold, it's dry in nature, okay. So the diet attributes should be just the opposite. It should be moist, it should be warm, it should be grounding, and it should be regular. Make sure to have a regular eating habit, because that sets your metabolism like clockwork. Okay, don't leave your body in a state of stress as to when is the next morsel going to enter my body, because this regularity is as important as eating the right food. Okay, so also I'd like to focus on the use of dry fruits that are easy to digest, like prunes. Okay, natural prunes are very high in minerals. We have dates and sesame seeds. So I don't really recommend very heavy nuts for elderly population, because it can cause bloating, and it takes a bit longer to digest. But sesame seeds is one of the best vata calming and high nutrient food you can have, natural food, which requires no processing. So basically, we go for food that requires the least processing. So corn on the cob, boiled or steamed or roasted, that is a good meal. That actually is like a meal by itself, especially the way we eat it in India with lemon and some, peppers and things like that. So relying more on whole fruits, vegetables, and dry fruits and seeds. I focus a lot on seeds, okay, more than nuts. So pumpkin seeds, sesame seeds, sunflower seeds, they provide the body with enough nutrition and energy for the day without adding any fats and body mass, okay, to your body. And a lot of soups, all right? So herbal soups, blended soups, but make sure to add the vata calming herbs like basil, mint, black pepper, chilies, pepper chilies, and maybe like cumin if they are using it, jeera, ajwain. These are very, very good vata calming herbs, which aid in digestion as well. So they keep the agni, the digestive fire going, yeah, forever.
Fantastic. Yeah, and you mentioned seeds as well, because there is a difference. You're right. People often will eat quite a lot of nuts, and before night they've eaten like a handful or a bag of nuts. And again, I keep coming back to the practical aspect. Being a physician in the real world, dealing with real patients, they will just go to the supermarket and see what's there, because we can present lots of ideas, but I really want our listeners to try and take something really practical. And you've given so many practical tips here, and I think one on seeds is a really good one as well, as you mentioned that there's these can help as well. We've got another question. Sorry, and I cut you off mid-sentence. You were talking about mindfulness, so on. So before we finish, I do want to come back to that as well, because it's a really interesting topic of maybe common things coming up, particularly during this Corona era, are those of anxiety. And we know that some of the doshas can be affected that way. So just hold that thought.
Dr. Millen. That's why, because they create toxins in the gut. You see, all the stress and anxiety, you could be eating a very healthy meal, but up here, if you are in knots, all right, that creates the toxic accumulation in the gut. So it's so important to take care of the mental nutrition as well. Yes. So tell me, more questions, I can answer them first.
Yeah. Yes, so we've got a question now from the others, from more towards your side, from New Zealand. So we've got Laura from New Zealand, who for whatever reason has to eat late at night. So some of us, who may have to work late night shifts or something, and our entire day-night pattern can be affected. So those who do have to eat late at night, and this particular Laura seems to be getting quite a lot of acid reflux. So I think there are two questions here really. What would be good to eat at night in general, if you have to eat at night? And second, this it's a very big topic, but that of acid reflux. And again, from an Ayurvedic point of view, how would you explain acid reflux?
Okay, so acid reflux again, it's a direct symptom of going against the natural pitta rhythm. Okay, pitta is the fire element. As I said, it's active during the day. At night, when the sun sets, your agni, okay, the fire element is subdued. And whatever you eat, all right, there's not sufficient acids that are being released. So there is this reflux that happens, all right, because the the circadian rhythm has it's not in sync with how nature intended it. Okay, so this is a very common problem, and I have encountered cases in my clinic where people are working night shifts, and they feel that their metabolism has totally, been disturbed by this. Now, especially, yes, people who are fasting, during Ramadan, they have the same issues because they are eating their heaviest meals, after sunset. So again, now my advice would be to, okay, so if you are um, starting out dinner, depends on your routine actually. Now, if you're waking up, I don't know what time they're waking up. So let's assume they're waking up in the afternoon, right? I mean, if you are working a night shift, then you go to sleep early morning and then you're waking up maybe sometime in the afternoon. So as soon as you wake up, let's say by 2 or 3 o'clock, have your heaviest meal at that time because that's still a pitta time, a good liver time, okay, to digest your food. So have your nice warm cooked meal by then, the carbs, the proteins, whatever you want to eat at that time, okay, you have it then. I don't know the age of the uh, person who's asking this question, but if you're in your 20s and 30s, then you can almost digest everything, okay. But if you are 40, 50 plus, then just take it easy on the breads and the refined flour. So and then after that, we follow that 2 hour regularity. Okay, so after you've eaten that heavy meal by 3 p.m., after 2 hours, have a bit of a fruit or a salad because that will give the liver a bit of power. Because all anything green or bitter or sour that's coming from nature actually gives liver the strength to to process its functions better. So yeah, so we eat any kind of fruits, juices, bananas, or whatever fruits are available. You have 2 hours later, and then 2 hours later maybe you could have like a soup, okay, something like your next meal. So basically the space between two meals is generally 3 to 4 hours, right, for most of us. So the next meal could be like a lighter meal than a heavy meal, could be like a soup or maybe a warm salad or just a stir fry, okay. And generally, you'll notice that people who are working night shifts are not really hungry the way we are hungry during the day. Okay, so I think more fluids would help, like a gruels, like rice gruels, or maybe porridge even. So anything that is not too hard to digest and can be and it gives you nourishment at the same time. So for these for this condition also, I think having some dry fruits, to munch on at every 2 hours break would be very, very helpful. Nuts and seeds, soaked almonds, dry fruits, easy to digest fruits like bananas, papayas, melons. Okay, so these things would actually help. Now, this is just generic advice. I mean, you'll really have to customize it to, your digestive condition and yeah, your dosha condition. So I hope that helps.
I'm sure it has for that person. I think some easier to digest products as well would be helpful. And as you say, just trying to create this new health routine. I think when people are in particular working patterns or so on, trying to come out of it. And it's sort of, we're almost at the end. Time is flying, but we've still got a few minutes left. I did want to bring up on this theme of mental health. You mentioned sort of this whole logging off with mindfulness, and then you were on another stream of thought at that point. So I wanted to maybe you could reflect on that as well.
Sure. So basically, okay, so basically, it's just about it's very simple. It's basically getting you to observe your thoughts. I mean, rather than just engaging in them, because all day long we are just engaging with our mind. Our mind tells us what to do, and we're just doing what our mind is telling us. But at the end of the day, when you are in bed and before you just go off to sleep, it's important to just be a spectator. Like we call it sakshi bhav in Sanskrit. Just to observe what is our mind. Doing at this point? What is our body feeling like at this point? Okay, so that's something we do in Shavasana as well in yoga. But here we are connecting now with the third dimension of our being. That's the consciousness, the Atma, the Akash. The sky, just like the sky is like a witness to everything, your soul or your consciousness is a witness to everything that's happening in the mind and body. And the more you kind of, be in a habit of objectivizing it, stepping back and just observing yourself, at the end of the day, you can actually get a better picture of what's going on. So you can just observe what thoughts are coming and then consciously say to yourself, I'm not dealing with this thought right now. And you just let it go. Okay. Just like a passing cloud. Let it go. Let it go. Any thought that comes in, maybe of you planning the next day, or you having an argument with somebody or whatever, let it come, observe it objectively without labeling it, and just let it go. And after a while, your mind actually stops generating thoughts for some time. And that is the time I tell them, I tell my clients actually to feed in 3 energizing thoughts into your system. Thoughts of gratitude, affirmations of forgiveness or letting go, and of surrendering with faith. So I do the tapping, personally, I like to do this all is well tapping. So I love you, I thank you. Thank the universe, offer your love. It's just kind of validating your existence at that point of time, which we forget to do actually. And we forget how important it is to appreciate ourselves, at the end of the day, that we've made it this far. Well done, and whatever, love. I love you. I thank you. Just saying it 3 times actually is very, very relaxing. And the second one is focusing on forgiveness. So just, if a thought comes up about you being hurt or you missing the boat or having some kind of a regret, forgiveness. I forgive myself. I forgive that person. I let go, because holding on will only make me sick and angry. Remind yourself this, because according to Dr. Bruce Lipton of Biology of Belief, your subconscious mind is very receptive at bedtime, and you can actually program it, okay, the way, in the direction you want it to go. And so when you tell your mind, I just let go, I'm not going to hold on to grudges, it listens, it will respond at some level, at the very cellular, atomic level. So I let go. And the third one is always acknowledging that you are not alone. You are part of this bigger planet, and there is a system out there that's sustaining this planet, and it is sustaining you as well. We call that system God or divine or universe, whatever. Okay, but have that image of that higher force and connect with it, and trust that it is there for your evolution. And there's no such thing as, you're doing something wrong or a sin or whatever. They're just going forward in life, and everything is just a learning experience, and you trust in that process. Basically, announcing your trust in that process is very important. Okay, and that these 3 is summed up as gratitude, forgiveness, and surrender. The GFS gratitude affirmation model that I have been personally practicing for years, and it has really helped. And I've, helped share it also with so many of my students and clients who come. And this becomes like, like your own self-thought. It's like cultivating a positive self-dialogue, which feeds ultimately into your body. Okay? It helps you understand and helps you release stress, and helps you objectivize things a little bit rather than being sucked into, the drama and everything. So yeah, basically that's why I say Ayurveda is so much more than just health science. It is a way of life actually, because gratitude, forgiveness, and surrender totally balance the doshas, right? Pitta is generally the angry one, so you letting go is balancing the pitta. Vata is balanced with gratitude, because they tend to is balanced with this whole feeling of connection to the source, because Vata people tend to feel lonely very fast. And kaphas are generally very, sometimes they're prone to, retaining grudges, and also having gratitude is very, very balancing to kapha at the very energetic level. So I kind of, take this science as deep as possible and practice it, and share it.
Fantastic. That was a really nice share to take this 3 of this gratitude, forgiveness. And surrender. And at that base level, and as you say, in that evening. So everyone who's watching, I think we've all learned a beautiful technique today. Maybe it's quite widespread already, but that using this time, as you say, our subconscious, particularly in the evening at that night time, or just as we're drifting off, as you say, is malleable, is able, and you say right at the sort of cellular level. So these techniques can actually help our health as well. And I like the way you actually linked it to Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And again, as you say, Ayurveda is not just a head massage. When you mention head, people think of Ayurveda, but even these three doshas not being just physical things, but actually, as you say, vata being that sort of mixing of equilibrium, pitta being that fiery anger at times, and kapha being that sort of holding on to past grudges, etc. So it was a very nice technique. We've run out of time. I think we need another hour together. We just
I would be happy to be back. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this. And I hope everybody did as well and gained something.
I think we all have, and I think those will. Those who are just tuning in, this session is recorded. You can go back, because even I've been making notes to look on, and you can go onto the website, and I'm sure we can also contact you as well via website if we've got any queries. But particularly picking up on this theme of Ayurveda, on gut health, on nutrition. So really, on behalf of all of Healing Our Earth, you're part of the family. This is Healing Our Earth is very much a community, a global platform. And as you look at all the speakers who've come on, the hosts, sometimes have had public engagement events, so you're very welcome to come back, join. Once you're part of Healing Our Earth, you're part of the family. So
Thank you so much.
Good. So just as a final gesture, Dr. Aurora, for us to thank you, we're obviously in this whole theme is the Corona era. Maybe just one final, and it's trying to get you right down to one sentence, but any other final tips for those who are watching, particularly during this time of Corona? What would you say to the audience sort of on this theme of, particularly because of the pandemic we're in?
Just remember that you have the power, okay, to heal yourself, and always be aware that you're never alone, and tune into your power that exists in all of us, okay, and maximize your life force in daily life. That is your best protection.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We'll sign off with that, and Hari Om, Om Shanti, Namaste, and thank you so much for joining us.
All of you. Thank you.
So let's carry on our journey. I really enjoyed that. I hope you watching at home or wherever you're watching really enjoyed that session. Really, we had, in a very short time, a real overview on various topics from pranayama to healthy eating, etc., and a few tips there as well. And I'm certainly taking away that theme of gut health as well, that may my gut remain cleansed, because the immune system, with the gut being a real source of the immune system. I think with this modern fast pace of living, we're all sometimes stuck in these convenience foods, and use this session today to break out of that. And actually really nicely to introduce our next speaker in a moment, Sarah Baines, who's going to be on that whole theme actually of our inner mind as well, but to break out sometimes of patterns which may have been for years, decades, even lifetimes, but so we can break out and actually live a healthier and better life. And so every cloud has a silver lining, and maybe this Corona bringing us together. Otherwise, who knows, we may have not met each other, all the various speakers coming on. So the moment I'm going to introduce our next speaker who's here with us, Sarah Baines, a warm welcome to you. So I don't know if we can spotlight you and just see that you're going to be with us in a moment, and I'll just introduce you as well. So namaste and welcome to you. I'm going to just introduce you in a moment. And also, for those who are watching, do have a look at our next speakers coming up with my fellow host, Dr. Sheila Dubey, who'll be carrying on, and with Professor Agarwal, who's speaking on fluid mechanics and what's that got to do with COVID. It's going to be really interesting to hear him. Dr. Pankania is back. As I said, he's he's one of UK's health experts on the transmission of COVID, and it'll be really interesting to see what he says. And then finally, Dr. Vyas as well, who'll be speaking on well-being. So with that, a warm welcome now to Sarah Baines, and I've got some of your biodata or some of your introduction, which I'd really like to, I've been reading through and want to introduce you very formally and nicely, who's going to speak about well-being through the pandemic and the lockdown. So this theme of well-being, I think, has come up so much, whether it's in the UK or around. Myself being working in the NHS, particularly in the last few years, this theme of well-being and wellness is really coming forward. So even in I work as a community practitioner, we actually have now well-being officers, or those who are trying to create well-being within our own practice, our own staff members, or actually within our patients as well. So a doctor may help with physical symptoms, even emotional symptoms. But as we spoke with Dr. Aurora, prevention is often better than, well, is always better than cure. So how can we remain in a sense of well-being such that illness doesn't come to us? And again, we heard of the theme of August. So the theme of well-being. So Sarah is a qualified NLP practitioner, and she'll tell us what NLP is, I'm sure, a little bit later on, and neuro-linguistic programming, and particularly an advanced pranic healing therapist, and saying pranic healing is currently the fastest growing complementary therapy in the world. Pranic healing being a non-touch energy healing system which works by cleansing, energizing and rebalancing the body and its chakras and energy centers. Sarah runs a healing clinic from her home in Iver, Iver being sort of towards Heathrow, sort of southwest, I believe.
Yes.
Excellent. So good. I've driven past Iver, lovely area of the world, and does home and hospital visits as well. So be interesting to see what sort of clients or patients you've seen in that way. And again, working for well over a decade, she's been helping people with a wide range of ailments, from physical challenges such as backache, arthritis and migraine, to emotional issues like stress, anxiety and bereavement being obviously a very key theme in these last 6 months plus, to psychological challenges such as addiction and depression. She runs Introduction to Pranic Healing seminars and a Twin Hearts meditation. So hopefully you may tell us what this Twin Hearts meditation is in her local area in Iver and online. And Sarah's passionate about helping people, sharing these benefits of the Twin Hearts present meditation and pranic healing. So with that, a warm welcome to you, Sarah. Hopefully we can now see you on the screen. We're just going to hopefully spotlight you. Welcome. I hope you're feeling well.
Yes. A global namaste to you all, and thank you for this opportunity to be part of Healing Our Earth. I'm really privileged and honored to be invited to speak and share some of my knowledge and experience to help everyone else as much as possible.
Excellent, and thanks so much. And I understand maybe you could share with us what we're going to experience in the next sort of 40 to 50 minutes with you. I understand you're going to maybe give us a few minutes of some introduction, and a good bulk of your time actually will be guiding us in a meditation, as I understand.
Yes. So to start with, I just wanted to talk a little bit about COVID and how that affects us, both from a psychological point of view and from a physical point of view. So we're going to be linking and talking about the effects of COVID and energy. So how we can use energy to work on building our immune system. Dr. Aurora did mention, I made a few notes, and she talked about anxiety creating toxins in the gut. She also said in her last words about taking care of mental nutrition, and meditation is one of them, and monitoring your thoughts, as she mentioned, is also one of them. So as you explained, we will be doing a guided meditation. It's a 30-minute meditation, but before we go on to that, I just wanted to set the scene a little bit, because I'm not sure if everybody knows about pranic healing. So in the current climate, you know, with COVID affecting and impacting the lives of many, and in fact taking the lives of many, and it's affected the global economy. A lot of us are suffering from naturally stress, anxiety, you know, fear and worry about the future. And all of those emotions, although they're natural, they can have a negative effect on how we feel, both psychologically and physically. Now, meditation and pranic healing are just two of the things that can help us to put our mind in a better place and our energy in a better place, and help our body become rebalanced so that we can cope with the challenges of life. And also, you know, put our body in a place where we can help it to become strong and build our immune system again. So in terms of energy, I think that's the first place to start. You know, what is energy? So energy is what we experience all around us. You know, everything is made up of energy, including us. We're made up of energy too. So if you think about validating energy, how can we validate it? Scientists have validated energy, and they validated the connection of the mind to the body, you know, and there's a distinct connection that's been proven through many studies. But if we just wanted to validate energy, what I'd like to invite you to do is to just sensitize the palms of your hands. I'm just going to move this slightly. If you rub the palms of your hands together, so you create a bit of friction, and then what I want you to do is just spread your hands so that you're just putting your hands like that. Yeah, spread them. So it's like a stretching the fingers. And then I'd like you to sensitize the center of your palms. So we have little mini chakras here in the centers of the palms. And now what I'd like you to do is, without focusing or looking at your like down at your hands, just look ahead or close your eyes if that feels more comfortable. Start to take some nice deep breaths and keep your hands a few inches apart, so maybe 4 or 5 inches apart. And just start taking some nice deep breaths and be aware of the center of your palms. Now I want you to try to move your palms slowly outwards, so you're creating a wider distance between the hands, and then gently move them back together again until they're 4 or 5 centimeters more close together, and then out again. That's it. Try not to overthink it, just go with what you're feeling. The sensation in your hands is what you're focusing on in the center of your palms. Now you should be able to feel some pressure or a kind of spongy feeling between the hands. And Dr. Shah, maybe you could confirm if you have that experience. But that essentially is energy. That's what you're feeling. That's what you can sense and feel. Okay?
Yes, no, I'm certainly feeling that, actually. I'm feeling a spongy and just a slight tingly feeling as well.
Absolutely. So that tingly feeling and the spongy feeling that you're feeling is energy. So that's the first and foremost place that we need to start. So we need to validate that there's energy. So yes, there's energy. So now the next thing to think about is, you know, we have an energy body. So if everything's made up of energy and we have an energy body, what happens when we start to experience life and we start to think about things, or we feel stressed, or we feel anxious or worried about our future, or any worries that we might have, in fact, what happens to those thoughts and those emotions? Now, those thoughts and emotions, they are also an energy form. So they are a vibration and they are an energy. But what happens to them? So when we think a thought or when we feel an emotion, what happens? It creates an energy form, and that energy form then sits within our energy body. And within our energy body, we have something called energy centers, or you might know them as chakras. So the chakras in our body, we have 11 major chakras, and their function is basically to draw in good prana and expel unused and dirty prana. So prana meaning energy, some people refer to it as chi or ki. And the way the chakras work, they work very similarly in terms of how we breathe. So when we breathe in, we breathe oxygen in, we breathe good air in or good prana in. And when we breathe out, we release all the unused energy and carbon dioxide and unwanted energy out. So the chakras have the same job. Now, I mentioned that we have 11 major chakras. Now, the best way I can illustrate this without using a diagram is with this stick. So if you imagine this is a central tube that goes down from the top of your head, from your crown. It goes all the way down through the center of your body. Now, off of it runs all the chakras. So for example, we have a crown chakra, we have a forehead chakra, an ajna chakra, have a throat chakra, a heart chakra. And just below our ribs, we have our solar plexus, and we have our navel chakra. And behind our navel chakra, we have what we call the main ming, which is like a pumping chakra. Then we have the sex chakra and the basic chakra. We have the spleen chakra on the left. And with some of these chakras, like the spleen chakra, we have a front and a back. And we have a front and a back heart chakra, and a front and a back solar plexus chakra. So if you imagine the chakras, if this is the center and you're looking at your body sideways, you'll have a front heart chakra and a back heart chakra, front solar plexus, back solar plexus. And then I said you've got the navel and the main ming behind it. And in all of these chakras, they work by breathing in and out, a bit like we do. So they draw good prana in and they expel unused dirty prana out. So now if we imagine these energy, the energy that's coming from our thoughts and our emotions, they're not always positive thoughts and emotions. So if they're sitting in these chakras, what happens is the chakras get congested. So they can't work in the way that they're supposed to work. So their job is to draw prana in and service the organs that sit behind that energy center. So all of those organs get supported through the good prana that we breathe in. Now, one of the easiest ways, you might think, well, how do we get rid of that dirty energy? Obviously we're breathing in and out all the time, but is that going to flush some of that out? And it will flush some of it out. If you just did some nice deep breathing exercises, so you take a nice deep abdominal breath. Not a lot of us breathe shallow. We breathe from the chest, upper chest area, but the best thing is to breathe from the navel, from the abdominal area. You take a nice deep breath in, and some of that is going to be helping to push that energy out as we breathe out. There are some yogic exercises that can also support that. So there's that bellows breathing, fast breathing. In Ayurveda, I think they call it Kapalbhati. So that's a very good way to expel, what Dr. Aurora mentioned in terms of toxins. So you're basically like pushing the dirty energy out. So another way that we can do that is through meditation, which is another thing that Dr. Aurora touched on in terms of nourishing our mind and managing our mind system. Meditation is one of them, and pranic healing is another one. So what I'd like to do next is to invite you to join me in a 30-minute or so meditation. It's a cleansing and revitalizing meditation. You don't need to sit on a mat or anything for it. You can just sit in your chair. Try not to sort of lean back in the chair. Try to just sit forward, because remember, we've got chakras at the front and the back. So we want them to be expelling both ways. Just start by taking some nice deep breaths. I'm going to be asking you to connect your tongue to your palate. And all that does is it helps with the flow of energy through the back and the front chakras. So it's a good way to kind of just manage the energy flow. So connecting your tongue to your palate simply means curl your tongue to the roof of your mouth, curl it backwards until the tip feels like a soft fleshy part at the top of the palate. So keep it connected for as long as possible, but don't worry if you can't maintain that connection. So the meditation that I'm going to guide you through will also touch on some of the chakras that we mentioned. Don't worry if you don't remember all of them. Essentially, it's going to start from the top and work its way down. So don't worry if you don't remember all the names. Just follow the meditation through. The meditation will have a cleansing and revitalizing effect, which obviously we can validate at the end of the session. So if you'd like to all get comfortable in your seats, and Dr. Shah, if you can just let me know when you think that we're okay to go, and I'll keep meditation.
Yeah, I think we're ready, and thank you for your introduction so far. And I think now
Any questions at this stage before I go into the actual meditation?
no, I think we're ready. I think we want to experience now that feeling of cleansing or so on. So I think we've got that half an hour together, and at the end there may be a few questions, and certainly how you might apply this to an average person, whether it be in Ivor or UK, that coming to you, and how the UK population might adapt to this. But I think let's get straight into the actual theme now.
I'll do that right at the end for you. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So if you take a nice, comfortable position and just start by observing your breath, close your eyes. And if you'd like to sit with your palms relaxed and facing upwards in your lap, and start to inhale and exhale slowly. As you breathe in and out slowly, start to feel your entire body relax. Let go of any thoughts, anything that you've been worrying about. Just be here and now, and just focus on your breath and your breathing. Now start to become aware of your entire body and start to begin a more purposeful inhalation and exhalation. Let your breathing become more rhythmic. As you exhale, see smoke leaving the pores of your body. This smoke is the dirty energy, the negative energy being expelled through the pores of your body. As you inhale, see bright light entering your body. This light you're inhaling is full of joy and peace. So inhale light, joy, and peace into your body, and exhale stress, resentment, and anger from your body. Continue to breathe in light, joy, and peace, and exhale stress, resentment, and anger from your body. As you do this, feel your body relax further and deeper. Move your awareness now to the top of your head as you continue to breathe slowly. Your entire head is now completely relaxed. Your face is relaxing. Your eyes are relaxing. Your neck and jaw are now completely relaxed. We keep a lot of tension in our neck and jaw, so breathe into your neck and jaw and let go of all the tension there. Move your awareness to your shoulders and chest and let any tension located there be released. Your arms are becoming more relaxed. Your upper arms, your forearms, your hands are now completely relaxed. All the organs of your torso and all the muscles of your upper body are becoming more and more relaxed. Move your awareness down your back as you continue to breathe in and out slowly. Your spine and back muscles are now deeply relaxed. Your lower back is becoming more and more relaxed. Move your awareness down to your waist and hips. Breathe deeply, and as you do so, your waist and hips become completely relaxed. Move your awareness down into your legs and allow them to become completely relaxed. Your thighs, your calves, your feet are now completely relaxed. Your entire physical body, inside and out, are now completely relaxed. Now, imagine you're standing barefoot in soft grass in a beautiful field. The sun is shining warmly on your body. A few feet away from you is a mountainside. As you look at the mountainside, you see a waterfall cascading down through the rocks. You also notice that the water is actually a liquid green light. The pale green light is luminous even in the daylight. Gently walk towards the waterfall. As you approach it, step under it and allow the glowing pale green light to pour over your body. It's a wonderful feeling. The pale green light is pouring over your head, cleansing your scalp. The liquid green light flows into your head, cleansing your brain, your eyes, your nose, your ears, and your mouth. The liquid luminous green light is pouring over and through your head, and as it does so, it gently breaks up and washes away any energetic blockages in your head. The liquid luminous green light is pouring over and through your head and down into your throat and neck. Your throat and neck are being cleansed thoroughly. The thyroid and parathyroid, your voice box. The liquid luminous green light is pouring down into your shoulders, cleansing them thoroughly and gently washing away any energetic blockages. The liquid luminous green light is moving deep into your chest cavity. It's breaking down any blockages in your heart, your lungs, your stomach, your liver, your gallbladder, your pancreas, and your spleen. The liquid luminous green light is flowing through your intestines and lower abdomen, flushing away any toxins and any negative energy. Now, the liquid luminous green light is flowing down your spine, cleaning away any dirty energy from your spinal column. The liquid luminous green light is now flowing through your hips, purifying your bladder, your kidneys. The liquid luminous green light is flowing down into your legs, cleansing dirty energy away from your thighs, your knees, your ankles, and your feet down into the earth. Be aware of your entire body now as it becomes hollow. Your entire body is hollow, allowing the beautiful liquid green light to flow from the waterfall through your head and down through your entire body, your face, your neck, down and down. See the liquid green light flowing through your chest cavity with all the glands and organs, down through your arms, your hips, and your legs, and down further. The liquid green light gently flows through your spine. Any impurities or blockages are being disintegrated and flushed down through your body and out through your feet into the ground below you. Be still, feel more relaxed. All blockages have been disintegrated. Be aware of how much lighter and more comfortable your body feels. As you look up, you become aware that a few feet away from you is a second waterfall. Gently walk towards it. It's actually liquid violet light. Step underneath it and close your eyes. You feel so relaxed and so receptive. The liquid violet light pours down into the top of your head and into your crown chakra. As the liquid violet light pours into your crown chakra, any negative thoughts and any negative energy is being disintegrated and flushed down through your body. The liquid violet light pours down into your forehead and your ajna chakras. Any negative thoughts, negative emotions, or negative ideas are being gently disintegrated and expelled by the beautiful liquid violet light. The liquid violet light pours down the back of your head as well, cleansing the back head chakra of any negative thoughts, emotions, and ideas. The liquid violet light is pouring down into your throat and jaw chakras. Your throat and jaw chakras are being cleansed thoroughly by the liquid violet light. Any negative thoughts, negative emotions, or negative ideas are being gently disintegrated and expelled by the beautiful liquid violet light. The liquid violet light is pouring down through your chest and into the front and back heart chakras. It is cleansing them of any negative energy or negative emotions. The liquid violet light is pouring down your chest into your front and back solar plexus chakras. The solar plexus chakras are the seat of your emotions, and the liquid violet light is gently cleansing them of any negative energy or negative emotions. Any anger, resentment, or fear in the solar plexus chakras is being broken up and gently dissolved and expelled. The liquid violet light is pouring into your front and back spleen chakra and the liver on your right hand side. Any negative thoughts, negative emotions, and negative ideas in the liver and spleen are being gently disintegrated and expelled by the beautiful liquid violet light. The liquid violet light is pouring down your body into your navel chakra in the front and the main Ming chakra at the back opposite the navel. Any negative thoughts, negative emotions, or negative ideas in the navel and main Ming chakras are being dissolved and gently expelled. The liquid violet light is pouring down into your sex chakra and the basic chakra. Any negative thoughts, negative emotions, or negative ideas in the sex chakra and the basic chakra are being dissolved and gently expelled. The liquid violet light is pouring into your arms and legs, cleansing them gently and completely of any negative energy. Your shoulders, your upper arms, elbows, forearms, and hands are being completely cleansed. Your thighs, your knees, your calves, and feet are being completely cleansed. Your chakra system is now being gently and lovingly cleansed and purified. All the meridians and energy channels of your body are being filled with this liquid violet light. The liquid violet light is dissolving any negative energy and negative thoughts that have been lodged anywhere in your entire energetic anatomy. These negative thoughts and emotions are being flushed down through the body, through the soles of the feet, and into the earth. Now, just be still, be receptive. The liquid violet light is pouring down, flooding your entire body, your arms, legs, torso, your meridians and chakras, now. Inhale and exhale slowly 3 times. So take a nice deep breath in and hold, and a deep breath out and hold. Another nice deep breath in and hold. Breathe out and hold. A short distance away from you, you notice a beautiful pool of golden light. You are drawn towards it. You feel a sense of power, love, and energy emanating from the golden pool of light. Gently walk towards it. Now, gently walk in, allowing the soothing golden energy to bathe your body as you slowly immerse your entire body, your feet, your legs, your hips, your torso, your arms, neck, and then your head. You are now completely immersed in the golden pool of energy, and you feel the power of the energy in the pool as you breathe it in. The liquid golden light is now entering and energizing the chakras of your head, your crown, your forehead, your ajna, the back of your head, your jaws. The liquid golden light is flowing into your throat. Every chakra in your head and throat is now cleansed and energized. The liquid golden light is flowing down into your torso and charging up your front and back heart chakras. Your front and back heart chakras are being charged up and energized. The liquid golden light is flowing further down into your torso and charging up your front and back solar plexus chakras. Your front and back solar plexus chakras are being charged up and energized. The liquid golden light is flowing down further into your torso and charging up your liver and your front and back spleen chakras. Your liver and front and back spleen chakras are being charged up and energized. The liquid golden light is flowing further down your torso and charging up your navel chakra, your sex chakra, your main Ming chakra, and your basic chakra. All these lower chakras are being charged up and energized. The liquid golden light is flowing into your arms and legs, charging them up. Your arms and legs are being charged up and energized. As the liquid golden light enters your chakras, It enters into your physical organs as well. The liquid golden light flows down into your crown and into your brain, recharging and energizing your brain. The liquid golden light flows down into your back heart chakra and recharges and energizes your physical heart, thymus gland, and your lungs. The liquid golden light flows down into your navel chakra and recharges and energizes your stomach, your spleen, your intestines, the gallbladder, and pancreas with revitalizing golden light. The liquid golden light flows down into your sex chakra and main ming. The liquid golden light is revitalizing your kidneys, bladder, and reproductive organs. The liquid golden light is entering and revitalizing your arms, elbows, and hands, even your bone marrow. The liquid golden light is entering and revitalizing your legs, down to your ankles and feet, into your bone marrow. Your entire body is like a sponge, soaking in the liquid golden light. This liquid golden light is recharging, rejuvenating, and revitalizing every chakra, every organ, every gland, every muscle, bone, tendon, and ligament in your body. It is simultaneously charging up every chakra and your entire energy body. Your entire energy body is being recharged by the liquid golden light. So be it. Now, just be aware for a few minutes of your physical body and your energy body absorbing the liquid golden light. You are now being recharged. As you swim around in and enjoy this liquid golden light, every part of your body is absorbing and revitalizing the energy from the golden pool of light. Inhale and exhale slowly. Absorb and store the revitalizing energy. Take a nice deep breath in and hold. Breathe out and hold. Take another nice deep breath in and hold. Breathe out and hold. Absorb and store the revitalizing energy. Now gently come out of the pool of golden light, feeling refreshed, revitalized, and relaxed. Every part of your body feels cleansed, recharged, and revitalized. You are filled with inner peace, joy, and happiness. You're feeling completely refreshed, relaxed, and rejuvenated. Now, come back to your body, to your normal waking consciousness. Move your fingers and toes. What I'd like you to do is raise your hands from your lap, with your palms now raised at the chest level, facing forwards. And I'd like you to visualize your loved ones in front of you. Bless your loved ones, your circumstances, and bless the earth. Shower your loved ones with golden light from your palms. Bless them with good health, happiness, prosperity, abundance, and spirituality. Next, bless your home, your city, your state, your country, showering them with golden light. Then be aware of your feet and the base of your spine. Put your hands back down in your lap. Let the golden energy flow downward from the soles of your feet and the base of your spine into the earth. As you do this, silently say the following. Let beloved Mother Earth be blessed with divine light, divine love, and divine power. Let beloved Mother Earth be blessed, be healed, regenerated, and revitalized. Blessings to our beloved Mother Earth. So be it. To the Supreme God, Divine Father, Mother, we thank you. To all the higher beings, we thank you for the blessings of love, healing, guidance, help, and protection. In full faith, we thank you. So be it. Now you may gently open your eyes when you're ready with a big, big smile. Okay.
Yes, Sarah, for that experience. And I'm sure many of those watching hopefully could have gone into the depths of that. I think to convey an online meditation takes great time and skill. And thank you for guiding us.
Thank you. My pleasure. So what I was going to do now is talk a little bit about the benefits of meditation. So the meditation that we did was a revitalizing and re-energizing meditation, cleansing meditation. There is a meditation that, as mentioned in my profile, called the Twin Hearts meditation. The Twin Hearts meditation is a very special meditation in that it's not just there to help us be mindful or feel relaxed. It does do that, but it does a lot more than that. The Twin Hearts meditation enables us to activate, it's called the Twin Hearts because it activates the heart center and the crown center, the two hearts. And during the meditation, we use an alchemizing prayer to bless the earth, and we turn negatives into positives. The power of that meditation enables us to have a flushing effect on all of the chakras that I mentioned. So remember I mentioned the chakras along a central pipe, if you like. With the Twin Hearts meditation, there's a huge downpour of energy from the crown down through this central channel, and it has a flushing effect. So all the chakras, they basically expel all the dirty negative energy out. So it's a really, really great self-help tool, very easy way for us to, if we did that daily, it's a bit like having an internal shower. We bathe our external bodies every day, but we kind of forget about the internal part of us. So it's like having a daily shower, internal shower. So you have a cleansing and energizing effect on the chakras. And in doing so, you basically help the body to function, help all the chakras to function the way they should. And the body can then be put in a position where it can heal itself, which is what it's designed to do. You can download this meditation from YouTube. It's called The Meditation on Twin Hearts by Master Choa Koksui, who is our great teacher and founder of Pranic Healing. You can download it or you can order it online. When you go, I'll give you the links at the end, but if you go onto ukpranichealing.co.uk, you'll be able to find out a lot more about that and how to get hold of the meditation. We also run online sessions for that particular meditation, which you can register and subscribe for. and they're all done, through the comfort of your home, especially at the moment. So soon we'll be able to do the live sessions again. But for now, tap into those meditations. They're there, to help as many people as we can. So I mentioned that Master Cho Sui is the founder of Pranic Healing, and we touched briefly on what Pranic Healing is. So we have already discussed and established that everything is made up of energy or prana. So pranic healing is basically based on that concept. It's been scientifically evaluated and studied, and it uses simple techniques to help us to cleanse and re-energize the chakras, a bit like what the meditation does. But this we would do through, you can have a treatment through a practitioner. By cleansing and re-energizing the chakras using simple and effective techniques, again, we put the body back into balance. So the body, as it's designed to do, it can heal itself. Now, you can have an experience by having a treatment. So from somebody like myself, who's a pranic healing qualified therapist, or you can learn the techniques for yourself. And, you don't have to be sort of anyone special to be able to learn pranic healing. It's a very simple technique, and in 2 days you can learn some of those skills to use on yourself, your family, your friends, and continue to go on to become a pranic healer if that's what you chose to do. So like I said, you can find out more about pranic healing by going on to ukpranichealing.co.uk. You can also look me up. I'm on sarabaines.com. And I think at this stage, without going too much more into depth, I'd be open to taking any questions, Dr. Shah.
Thanks so much again for that meditation, and also for sharing those links. So those who are watching can obviously, look on YouTube for the Twin Hearts meditation, or even look you up as well. So there is one question in a moment, which is asking about pranic healing and emotional disturbances, and is this safe to use, and how might that be? But just even before that, how open are people to such sort of techniques? Let's say you're in sort of just outside London. Who might approach you? How might a session run? Is it sort of for an hour? Because I had in my mind that you'd sort of be in their vicinity doing something, or is it more you can do it online?
Okay, yeah, good question. So quite a few questions in that. So in terms of how the session works, the reason we can do it online at the moment is a method called distant healing. So remember, everything is about energy. So we connect energetically to the person that we might be doing the treatment for. So there's actually no difference in the effectiveness of the treatment, whether we do it physically in front of the person or remotely, from like via Zoom, for example. And that is one of the biggest benefits of this meditation. In the current climate, when we can't physically see people, we're able to help people remotely, which is phenomenal. I have a lot of my client appointments through Zoom, and the feedback I get is brilliant. They still get the same experience. We agree a set time. I guide them through, a short relaxation, and then we do the required treatment. And in terms of treatment, I work with people, like I said, for physical things, like simple things like backache, migraine, knee pain, those kind of things, to, people that suffer from stress, anxiety, other kind of emotional situations, bereavement. I've been working, with quite a few people at the moment, unfortunately, through bereavement, having lost loved ones. And right through to cancer, I work with a lot of cancer patients. And I also work with people that are like in hospitals. Again, in the past, it used to be a physical treatment, but again, we can offer it as an online treatment. So we can help at all levels. Now, somebody mentioned how safe is this, in terms of emotional health. I can tell you that this is probably one of the most effective and safest treatments that one can have. As I said, I work with people that have been through a lot of past trauma, and I have a way. We have a way that we've been taught. It's a method called psychotherapy, and with that, we're able to draw out all of those negative emotions, the hurt, pain, all of those things that are sitting within that person's chakras, without them having to actually relive or re-experience the hurt and pain that they've been through. Again, it's a mind-blowing concept, but it's one of the most effective and safest ways to help people that are in that kind of fragile emotional state.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, in terms of a session and it even being available sort of remotely as well, which I think in this day and age, every practitioner is trying to work remotely where they can, and sometimes we need to be also in the physical vicinity of someone at times.
Yeah.
What do you find the difference if you were in the physical vicinity of someone? Do you find that sometimes being sometimes more effective, or certain cases where you think I need to be in the presence of someone to really have a connection?
Okay, so as I explained before, we connect energetically. So we're connecting to the energy body of that person. Now, for the person themselves, because of maybe it's a new thing or lack of understanding about energy, I think for them, they might feel that they need to have me there in person. For me, in terms of conducting the treatment, it's absolutely no difference. So it's more of how they may feel. They may feel that they need to validate the treatment by having me physically there. Maybe they want to talk to me, or they just feel that if I'm there, I'm doing something to help them. So it's maybe more down to the understanding that this is based on quantum physics. It's based on energy. It's a non-touch energy healing system, and that's the reason why we can do it distantly. So I think it's more of benefit to the individual than to myself. For me, it makes no difference because I will dedicate the same amount of time. I will follow the exact same treatment protocol. So we have a protocol for every single treatment and ailment. So it's not, just a kind of guesswork system. It's a cookbook approach to helping with any issues that person has. So I literally follow the step-by-step guide. So it takes me the same amount of time, whether I'm there in person or whether I'm doing it remotely.
Oh, that's really helpful to know. So we're almost coming to the end of our time. We've had, we began by having an introduction to this technique. We then spent a good half an hour really in this cleansing of our chakras, and you took us on that journey. And I hope those who've been watching were able to tune into that and calm their minds to those vibrations, and particularly say the cleansing of the chakras. So before we move on, we're almost out of time before we introduce our next host and our next speakers on this theme today, particularly with Healing Our Earth, on the theme of COVID particularly. So Sarah, maybe unless you've got also anything else you want to share towards the end. Mm-hmm. With COVID, obviously you've mentioned bereavements, you've mentioned mental health issues. Loneliness is a big one that I've certainly dealt with. Many of patients, my elderly patients who are really stuck at home in lockdown. What have you noticed? What have been the themes coming up in the last few months, particularly from your practice?
Yes, I would agree with you in terms of loneliness and mental health have been really big. So, people are feeling, that they've got no interaction with other people. And that's part of the reason the online meditations are, a really great way for people to start feeling connected, so they become part of a community. and you know, managing your mental state is quite challenging when you're just on your own, you know, and you just got the four walls of your room. So tapping into a community, I find is something that, you know, I recommend to all my clients. Obviously, I do the treatment to help remove some of that stress and anxiety, and fear about, you know, being alone. But I always point them in the direction of joining either one of my meditation online groups, or all the ones that are available. We've got over 250 online, you know, groups that are around, or 250 physical, sorry, I should say. But we've got lots of opportunities for a daily meditation that people can tap into. And we have online lectures as well on the topic. You know, so it's a great way to connect people, I believe.
Excellent. I think that's really that key theme, isn't it? Connecting. And even with this, as I said to Dr. Aurora, who was before us talking on Ayurveda and yourself on pranic healing, a warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. And once you've joined us, you're part of this family. You're always welcome to come back, even as a guest. So with that, we're actually going to, in a moment, going to introduce our next co-host, Dr. Sheila Dobby, in a moment. And her fantastic speakers will come out. We can see Professor Agarwal has already joined us. We've got Dr. Pankania coming up as well, and Dr. Vyas. So Sarah Baines, for those you know, who are just joining, we've had a really lovely session and a meditation. So with that, maybe a final word that you want to share with the audience, especially during these times of Corona, sort of some uplifting message you may want to share.
I guess my message is just to know that you're not alone. You know, there are a lot of people like us that are out there to help you. Tap into all the online virtual meditations that you can join, and, you know, learn it for yourself. You know, this is a self-help tool. You know, there's so many workshops that you can do, but, you know, just don't feel alone. Stay positive. You know, as they say, this too shall pass. You know, it's not going to be like this forever. Think positive. Control your mind, your thoughts, because they have an impact on your energy and ultimately your immune system. So keep yourself strong, keep yourselves in a happy place. And I look forward to, you know, helping as many of you as possible. And just as a parting thing, the meditation that we did at the end, I don't know if you noticed, but we did raise our hands and bless our families, our area, and Mother Earth as well. So, you know, we're helping Mother Earth to kind of get back on her feet so that we can get back on our feet.
For
So
sure.
all the best. Namaste
Thank
to
you.
all of you.
Namaste. Thank you so much for joining us. Great. Well, I hope all of you enjoyed that. We've had two really excellent speakers, by Dr. Aurora on Ayurveda, Sarah Baines on the theme of pranic healing. It's time for me to now move on and introduce our next host, because welcoming our next speakers as well. So I hope Dr. Sheila Dobby is there from UK to USA. Oh, good to see you. How are you getting on?
I'm doing great. How are you, Dr. Shah?
Yeah, keeping well. I think last time also I was handing over to you, so it's nice to hand over to you. So what time is it on your? It looks sunny anyway, more sunny than it is in London at the moment.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh, fantastic. So good morning. I hope you've, and I don't know if you listened to Dr. Aurora, but I hope you had a healthy breakfast full of seeds. Your gut health was good, and you're ready to boost your immunity. But your teeth are looking great. So so I'm just teasing. So welcome to Dr. Dobby. Many of you know us who are regular viewers of Healing Our Earth. Dr. Sheila Dobby is, of course, a whole health dentist in the Bay Area, winning an accomplishment of the Outstanding Woman of the Year. She takes a special interest in helping sort of undeserved children and women in the local community. She's been a past president and dental health chair of the SACDS Dental Society, and is a graduate of the American Dental Association and the Kellogg School of Management Institute of Diversity. And I presume you're still working with this hashtag Kind20 as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Good, because we did, and we had a session. So Healing Our Earth, this is actually, can you believe, it's the 56th session of Healing Our Earth. Wow. So it's reached 170 countries. So we're around. So I'm in London, you're in USA. Professor Agarwal, I'm sure, is in India at the moment, but we're all globally connected. So I've certainly picked up. So those who are watching, I'm going to sign off in a moment. But I wanted to leave also just Sarah Baines gave us that thought of even this will pass away, and remind me the Sanskrit phrase of anitya, anitya, and from the Bhagavad Gita, the theme of samatvam yoga uchyate. So equanimity is yoga. Samatvam yoga uchyate. So I remember that when it said, even this will pass away, when she was talking about the corona. Let's see what happens. And we'll learn from the theme of fluid mechanics. I'm interested to see what that will show us in this theme of equanimity. But Sheila, over to you, and take us through our next few hours of Healing Our Earth. Namaste to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. It's great seeing you. So I'm super excited to be with you again here on Healing Our Earth. Our next guest is going to be Professor Amit Agarwal, and he's going to be discussing understanding transmission of coronavirus through surface and air. Professor Amit Agarwal is an Institute Chair Professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, India, and he works in the fields of fluid mechanics and heat transfer using experimental, theoretical, and simulation tools. His group research has been published in over 125 journal articles. The work has appeared on the cover page of prestigious journals such as the Journal of Fluid Mechanics and highlighted in the media. Professor Agarwal's recent publications have focused on influence of respiratory droplets on COVID-19 transmission and the mechanisms of reduced COVID-19 through cough clouds in closed spaces. He serves as the editor of Experimental Thermal and Fluid Science. He's also the editorial board member of Nature Science Reports. Are you there, Dr. Amit Agarwal? I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So thank you for introducing me. It is nice to be here. Namaste, everyone. And
Welcome.
It's my pleasure to be a part of this program.
Yeah, we're super excited to have you here because we have so many questions. There's so much out there in the media, so much confusion. And I know that you've been doing up-to-date research, published research. So please enlighten us with your talk.
Okay, thank you. And I have a short presentation. I will like to share that.
So go ahead. We're very excited about this.
So I hope you can see my slides here.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so of course, COVID. So I'm going to talk about COVID and the transmission of this disease. Of course, COVID needs no, I mean, everybody is aware of it. It's a worldwide problem. All of us in various parts of the globe are fighting it. Thankfully, there is a vaccine that has been recently announced, or several vaccines which have been announced, and even UK has adopted some of them, one of them at least. So it's good to see that. But of course, as the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. So although we have a vaccine, it is good to to prevent ourselves from getting infected. And therefore, it is important that we understand how this coronavirus gets transmitted. So we are going to see that there are two main routes for transmission. One is through surfaces and the other one is through air. So we are going to touch upon both of these two, and I'm going to basically be presenting the work that I have done with my colleague, Dr. Rajneesh Bharadwaj, who is also in the audience here. So as I said, that there are two main ways of transmission. So basically, the coronavirus, as I'm sure everybody knows, is because of the droplets which comes out of our mouth while breathing, while we are coughing, sneezing, and other respiratory events that may be there. So these droplets which comes out of our mouth can fall on a surface, and then somebody else can touch that surface, and then the droplet which has a virus, I mean, assuming that this is a droplet which is coming out from an infected person, can get transmitted through this droplet on the surface to the second person who has accidentally touched this droplet. Then Of course, we tend to take our hand very close to our mouth several times a day. So that's when this virus travels from the surface to the person, to the second person, and it may infect the other person. So this is the one route of transmission, which is through the surface. The other route, which is also coming because of the fact that there are droplets which are coming out from the person's mouth, is these smaller, much smaller droplets which are there, they may not fall on the surface at all. So essentially what happens is these droplets are so small, let us say less than 5 microns or 10 microns, which is like at several times smaller than our hair width itself. So it's very, very tiny droplets which are there, and they just, the gravity is not able to pull them down, so they just stay suspended in the air. Or you can say that because of the air motion which is around us, these droplets will never fall on the surface, so they get transmitted through air. So these are the two main modes through which these the droplets through these viruses can go from one person to the other person. And of course, as we have said, sneezing, coughing, moist speaking without any mask, etc., or any protection is the primary reason why or how these droplets can get ejected from a person's mouth and can infect another person. So this slide essentially shows us how the droplet sizes are distributed. If you look at the number here, this axis here, this is the diameter of the droplets, which is there on the horizontal axis. The vertical axis has the droplet number or the fraction of these droplets. So you can see that they are distributed around a few hundreds of these microns. Again, these are approximately the size of our human hair, and there are quite a few of them. And the other thing, I mean, of course, this is a busy slide and we need not get into all the details, but what I'm trying to sort of show is that people understand that once we sneeze or once we cough, what size of droplets comes out, what is the number, and whether it is a single mode or it's a multiple modes that we would see. So people have sort of measured that extensively, people know that. So there is scientific evidence for what we are saying. Now, the other thing, I mean, so the take home message from here maybe could be that all droplets that comes out are not of the same size. They're not moving with the same speed. Of course, this tends to complicate our understanding because different sizes means that they can travel different distances. Again, if they're coming out with different velocities, they can travel different distances or can remain suspended for different amount of time. So all these sort of tend to complicate our analysis, and that's why we see that it's very difficult to say anything with a lot of certainty. Now, having said that the droplets are what is causing or can cause this infection, it is important that we look at the drying of these droplets. So what it means is that the droplets, once they have dried off, then the virus which is there in the droplet cannot survive because the virus needs some medium on which it will grow or it will stay. And of course, there have been several studies like what I have quoted here, which have actually seen that once the virus disappears, sorry, the droplet disappears, the virus titer or the virus number of virus which are there tends to reduce drastically with time. So we can say that the survival time of the virus is the drying time. The drying time of the droplet could be like a proxy to understanding how long the virus would survive. Let me also bring out one fact, and this is a very important fact from the practical point of view. Let us say that we have touched a surface on which somebody else has coughed and there were some droplets, but those droplets have not dried off. So now I just accidentally touched that surface. Now, can I get infected? So the answer lies is that once the surface becomes dry, then very few of these viruses, and again, this is I'm quoting it from some study, where they found that very few of these viruses, like less than 30, around 30%, like that's one third, less than one third, is expected to be transferred. And of course, these are not with coronavirus, but a lot of other viruses that people were studying earlier. And let me just emphasize further that this happens, whatever numbers that are quoted here, 31%, is when you have a 5-second contact. So most of the time, or if we just accidentally brush a surface, we are not making a 5-second contact. And therefore, I mean, this number will reduce even further. So so the take home sort of message from here is that the droplet drying is a very, very good parameter to look at. And that gives us a good idea for how long the virus could survive. And of course, that tells us how much the infectivity of this virus, I mean, how many of these people can get infected, and so on, how the transmission of this virus could happen. So because a lot of people ask us, how would you go about doing such a study? And of course, we don't want to look at actual virus and work with that. So we rather work with models. These are very well validated, experimentally validated models, which people have been using for a long time. So a lot of people have used it and found them to be very accurate. And so we essentially rely on these models to give us the predictions about the drying time. As we said, the drying time is the most important parameter, and it could be a proxy for the survival of these viruses. So we essentially are going to use a computer model, which is experimentally validated, to be able to sort of study the drying time and the survivability of these viruses. So let me, I mean, earlier we were talking about these droplets coming out from the mouth of the person as the person is coughing, or is sneezing, it is coming out from the nose in that case. So what happens to these droplets? So these droplets, once it comes in contact with the surface, so this is what is shown here. This is a respiratory droplet, which is coming in contact with the surface. So we have no control over what the surface on which this droplet is going to fall. So depending on what surface it is going to fall, whether that surface is water loving, so it's a hydrophilic surface, or it is water hating, that means it's a hydrophobic surface. So this droplet can either expand out, it can form like a fill, it can get elongated, or, and this is what you would see if it falls on a glass. And if you were to fall on the smartphone or the screen of your smartphone, then you would see that these droplets will actually take a very round shape. They will not like to spread out that much. So this is, and of course, scientifically, this is measured by a parameter which is known as a contact angle. So you can see that if the contact angle is small, it's an hydrophilic surface, and if the contact angle is large, then it's an hydrophobic surface that we would have. And of course, you can see that the area, the droplet in one case gets elongated, so it has a lot of surface area over which the evaporation or the diffusion of the liquid can happen. In the other case, it is not that much spread out. So of course, you will see that that has a lot of implication on how these droplets will dry off. So, I mean, this is just for the sake of completeness, just to give you some sense of the numbers for common substances that we have, whether it is glass, water, and so on. So these are the type of contact angles that we would have. And if you were to look at how the drying time varies for these droplets, this is, as we said, is a very important parameter. So we are looking at the drying time as a function of, as we change the contact angle, how does the drying time vary? So what you see here is that drying time changes, and here on the left hand side we have hydrophilic surfaces, on the right hand side we have hydrophobic surfaces. And what we see is that the drying time varies substantially when you go on the type. So it is strongly dependent on the surface on which this droplet is going to fall. So it can vary quite a bit, something like 5 to 6 seconds to something like 25 seconds or 30 seconds. So it's a huge difference that you see. And of course, you can see, you can start getting an idea, because this is a question that a lot of people ask. And of course, this is a scientific study. So we can start answering questions like, what sort of surfaces can we choose here? So you can see that a surface which is going to be hydrophilic is going to have a smaller drying time. And smaller drying time means that a smaller time for the infection from the droplet to be transferred to the second person. So therefore, one can argue that this hydrophilic sort of a surface is going to be better for you, and it should be utilized in hospitals and other places where one is prone, which are, or areas which are very prone to being touched. And you can also understand from this graph that if a surface is already hydrophilic, we can make it further hydrophilic if we can do some sort of a surface treatment, if we can do some sort of a some modification to it. We can try to make it more hydrophilic so that the drying time reduces. On the other hand, if we are in this part of the curve, maybe we would like to make it more hydrophobic. So this is again something which is slightly more complex, and people tend to misunderstand it. So here we are just sort of saying that if a surface is hydrophilic, make it more hydrophilic. If the surface is already super hydrophobic, you can even try to make it more super hydrophobic in order to reduce the drying time. So so the droplet which has fallen on the surface, it is not just dependent on the contact angle. The air around it, the temperature, the humidity of this air which is surrounding this droplet also becomes very important. So we have to look at how the drying time would change as a function of if you change the temperature or if you change the room humidity in the room. So this is essentially what this curve is showing. So this is again a very busy slide with a lot of parameters being plotted here. The drying time being plotted as function of volume, droplet volume. And what you see is, again, there is a huge amount of variation that one can get. So that means that the drying time is very sensitive to the temperature and humidity of the room, which one can intuitively think. And of course, we see that I mean, of course, we can see it in the context of drying of clothes and other things. If things are, the humidity is low and the temperature is high, we tend to just dry off. Otherwise, it takes a whole lot of time or forever for things to dry off. So it's sort of analogous to that. And what we were very surprised to see when we did the study is we were trying to correlate, is there any correlation between how the infection in various cities are varying as a function of the drying time. So we compute the drying time and we look at the growth rate of infection in some six cities like New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, Sydney, and Singapore. So of course, this is old data that we had on, this is a relatively old study, but it seems to show that there is some correlation between the two of them. So as we have been suspecting, or as we have been saying, that the drying time is a very good proxy of how long the virus would survive. And you can see some sort of correlation between these two parameters. Now, why is the correlation not perfect? Of course, there are so many other factors, other things that we are not accounting for. We're just looking at one aspect, and therefore we can only expect to have a weak correlation, not a very strong correlation, because for that we need to bring in a lot more factors in here. So moving on. So let me just tell you that this and some similar studies have been reported, and people are referring to that, and people are getting very worried about that. And what this study is showing is that the virus can fall on certain surfaces and they can stay for a very long time. People report numbers like 24 to 80 hours. So of course, this makes it very worrisome, because that means that I cannot touch a surface for 1 to 3 days, which is actually a practically a very long time. And of course, this caused a lot of clutter, a lot of press and as to what is happening. So we were trying to understand this. And what we thought, what we sort of hypothesized, is what is happening is that once this droplet falls, it of course forms a sort of a film, and then a large part of this film can evaporate, and we are left with a much smaller pancake sort of a film which is there on the surface. So this film thickness is a few nanometers, and of course, as we know, nanometers is even 1,000 times smaller than a micrometer. So this is like extremely small. There is no way that we can actually see it with our naked eye. Our eye can resolve at max like 1 micron, not better than that. And this is at least 2-3 times smaller than that. So it's something that we cannot resolve at all. We cannot see that at all. So what we are sort of suspecting, or what we are proposing, is that this very thin film which stays on the surface is where the virus can still survive. So we will see that most of the droplet has dried off, more than 99% of the droplet has dried off, but this very thin film provides a hotbed where the virus can still survive. So we looked at this further, and we could actually, with a different model or a modified model, we could actually predict very well as to how the amount of virus and the film thickness that we're talking about, they tend to correlate very well. So what we find is that the drying time, if you look at for various surfaces, and lot of metals and plastic are given here, you see that of course these droplets are there for a very, very long time. This last film which remains on the surface can stay there for several hours, as the virus measurements, titer measurements are actually showing. So, but of course, as we have said, that one need not worry about this so much, because as we have shown earlier, that this is practically a droplet which is dried off. So if you were to accidentally touch this spot, still very few of these viruses are likely to be transferred into your hands, and therefore likely to carry any infection from the first person to the second person. So this is reassuring in that sense, and I would sort of suggest that it is not something as much of a worry as people tend to make it out. So, so this is the surface route that we wanted to talk about. Now we will talk about the other route very briefly, which is through the air. So as we said, that very small of these droplets can stay in air for a much longer time, because the gravity is not able to pull them down, and even weak air currents, which are always there, will make them keep these droplets suspended for a very, very long time. So people have done measurements as to how these cuff is like. You can see that this is like a picture of, if you were to sort of see more closely as to what we are cuffing out, it will look like a cloud, very similar to what we sort of see up there in the sky. So this is a type of cloud that is coming out, and one can actually try to analyze this cloud and see what sort of information we can get out of it. So, so we have looked at a couple of these parameters, like how far these clouds will travel, what is the temperature, humidity which is there inside these clouds, and so on. So, I mean, these are all, I mean, so from here one can estimate how these droplets are going to behave, how many of these droplets are going to survive, and so on. So we can do a more detailed modeling based on that. But what is of interest here is really to see how does this droplet, how does the size of this cloud which is coming out from our mouth under various scenarios would change. So if you see that this is a person who's coughing without a mask, so this is the size of the cloud which is forming. And at the same time, if you have a mask, you see that the air is dispersed all around it. And then in a other case, when you have a surgical, sorry, N95 mask, then you can see that the amount of volume, the volume of the air which is there, or the cloud which is formed, is actually substantially smaller. And what we could do is to estimate the volume of this cuff cloud. It turns out that this is a very simple formula that one can write out, which is essentially varies as the distance cubed. So if we were to sort of cuff and the cuff cloud travels for 1 meter, then as per this formula, you will see that around 6 liters of cuff cloud volume would be formed. If it goes as 1.5 meters, then you will see that the volume increases to 22 liters. So that's a type of, so we have now a way to quantify and sort of estimate what happens, what is the size of this cuff cloud. And therefore we know when a person coughs, how much of this air gets contaminated, and therefore what should be the amount of ventilation that I should have in the room, so that I drive out all these contaminated air outside, and maybe through a window or through a ventilation system that I may have. So this graph essentially shows how the volume changes when somebody is using a mask versus when one is not using a mask. And of course, we have to really use an insect to see what happens with the mask, because it reduces by such a large amount. So it reduces by at least 7 times when we use a surgical mask, and around 23 times when we use an N95 mask. So now we have quantitative numbers through which we can say that yes, the mask is definitely going to help us. So with this, let me come to certain conclusions from our work and certain recommendations that we can make. So we have seen that the hydrophilic surfaces are somewhat better. In fact, I have not talked about porous surfaces. A lot of surfaces like paper, wood, which are also surrounding us, are porous. And of course, in those cases, the drying time even reduces further, and the infectivity is found to be even smaller. So one need not worry about such surfaces. One can, of course, use metallic surfaces like copper. Those turns out to be much better as compared to plastic, and it is consistent with what people have also found in terms of the survivability of the virus on these surfaces. We have also talked about and shown very clearly that mass drastically reduces the volume of the cloud which is coming out, and that significantly cuts down the risk of infection to other persons in a room. And we would also recommend that if we were to take some simple actions, like if a person is coughing, even if the mask is on, it's good to cough on an elbow or use a handkerchief, which further cuts down this distance or the volume that is getting contaminated. So this is a very simple sort of a practice, which of course some people were sort of aware and sort of doing it maybe unknowingly earlier. But of course, now there is scientific evidence to show that this definitely helps. And finally, we can say again, my pitch would be for the use of a mask. And the mask essentially helps us in several ways. It reduces the amount of droplet. As we said, the droplet ejection is a very important route for transmission of virus. So by reducing the amount of droplets, by using a mask, we reduce the amount of droplet that gets ejected. Also, we have seen that the volume of air that gets contaminated, and therefore the chances of infection to the neighboring person gets drastically reduced. So with this, let me thank you all for listening to me, and thank you, Dr. Dobi, for having me here, and to all of you to patiently listening to me. So I think your mic is muted. I think you're muted.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. That was a really amazing presentation. It was so great to learn so much about how the droplets are, because a lot of people get really worried about the spread of this virus. We have a few questions. Your study showed that you were using surgical masks and N95 masks, and the general public don't have access to surgical masks, especially now there's a shortage with PPE in the countries. How effective are regular masks, the cloth masks that people are using?
Yeah, so there have been several studies. We have not done that, but there are several studies which have been reported that even a 2-layer mask is quite effective. Of course, 3-layer mask makes us much more effective. So one can use cotton, one can use PPEs. So typically what they, I mean, this is again not my study, but what I tend to read is that the inner 2 masks should be water absorbing. So again, they should absorb the droplets that are coming out of the mask, of the mouth of the person. So that's typically what is suggested. So, I mean, I personally use cloth or cotton mask, and I think it's very effective. So I think there is enough evidence to say that if one does not have access to N95 or the surgical mask, one can make a simple mask at home. But the important thing is to be wearing it regularly and being very particular about it for your own protection as well as the protection of everybody else in your neighborhood.
And again, just to kind of re-emphasize, it's really important to be covering the nose and the mouth. I notice a lot of people wearing the mask kind of just below the nose, and that's a source where the virus can actually enter is through the nostrils.
Right. So
Doctor, I mean,
as I,
sorry, go
sorry,
ahead.
you're not just protecting yourself by wearing the mask, but you're also protecting everybody else. And if the mask is not well fitted, then of course a lot of air and the droplets that are there tend to come out, and therefore the effectiveness of the mask is not too much. So that is something, that's a scenario that one should definitely try to avoid by having a well fitted mask.
Got it. And let's talk about the virus in rooms. So this is an area that I see there's a lot of controversy around it. There's like if in the UK they're allowing dining inside, but then you can't get together with your friends and family inside your homes. So how safe is it to be eating in a restaurant? So you're in a restaurant, it's a closed environment. You take your mask off to eat, and then a lot of people don't have their mask, they don't put the mask back on. So even though we're 6 feet apart, isn't that virus still kind of circulating in the air?
Yeah, so actually that's a very good question, and that's a very difficult question really to answer. But one thing one can say is that as we have seen, as the cough cloud comes out, there's a lot of infection which is there. So if one can avoid that, so avoid being in direct contact with that cloud which is coming out, so that one can essentially, if somebody turns, just turn your face, or that person who's coughing coughs in a direction where there are minimum number of people who would get affected. So then the chances direct transmission gets reduced, the chances of that direct transmission gets reduced. So that is one aspect. The other aspect is, of course, you have to have very good ventilation. So ultimately that virus, as you are saying, remains suspended in the air. So unless and until that is ventilated out, you have to ultimately have it ventilated out. So yeah, so the ventilation rate has to be properly chosen, and of course, it would depend on how many people are there in the using that restaurant. So as you said, yes, maintaining that social distancing of 2 feet or 6 feet or 2 meters is important. But some of these other simple things that I said, of course, using a handkerchief and or cuffing an elbow can also help. So these are simple measures that one can do, and I mean, that can substantially reduce the chances of infection.
What is the longest time period that you've seen the virus be in the atmosphere? So, for example, let's say you're driving through a town and then you have to stop off to a public restroom, and there's virus particle, and the air isn't, there's no ventilation in that room.
Yeah, so one, if it is an open, so what you're talking about, if it's an open restaurant or you're driving through a city, for example, you are talking about. So of course you have a lot of fresh air. So that means that whatever infections are there, they have gotten extremely diluted, and therefore, see, one also has to understand that to get infected, I need a certain amount of viral dose. So if it is less than that, so for example, one virus is not going to affect me, so that my body can fight back. So there is a minimum number that only if that number goes inside my body, I am expected to get infected. So the thing is that once you have such a large area or such a large volume over which the droplets and the cough cloud that has come out has gotten dispersed, then it's very unlikely that the other person, because the concentration or the number density will reduce so much that it is very, very unlikely that somebody else will get infected.
So that makes a little bit of sense. So if someone's further away in a room and then you have someone coughing or sneezing, that virus moves, but even though it may move close to you, but it's not that high concentration, it's just a few particles at that point. That's why the social distancing is so important.
Yes, and as I said, just simple use of the fact that turning in a different direction and breathing it that way, so minimizing the contact, or coughing in a handkerchief can really help in that sense. Of course, if it's a totally closed room, then ventilation is not there and the virus can remain suspended for a long time. And that is not a scenario that we would like to get into. We should have some ventilation, whether it is from our windows or from a external ventilation system.
Great. Something that was really interesting that you mentioned was that droplet on the cell phone and how it kind of has that circular which kind of reminds us how dirty our cell phones are, and we really need to be constantly cleaning them, especially if we're taking them outside, right?
Yes. Yeah, so that is one thing that we strongly suggest. Of course, I mean, we have also seen it. I have presented that graph where as you go towards the hydrophobic side, the droplet time increases. That means that the chances of infection increases proportionately. So yes, so at all those surfaces, in fact, any surface, because we do not know what is the property that it has. So it's good to clean them. And it's especially important that we clean our cell phone screens. Yes, you are very right about that.
What about groceries? Groceries still come in, and we have, a lot of people in the grocery store have probably been holding them and touching them, maybe even sneezing on the packages. Should we be like wiping them down before we keeping them in the home, or should we just still keep them aside and then wait a little, like a day or so before we bring them in?
Yes, the shopping bags can be of two types. One could be plastic and the other could be like paper. So if you are using paper, I have not really talked about that, but typically the porous thing, the surface which is porous, I mean the droplet tends to seep inside, and what has been seen is that they tend to dry off much faster, and the virus is not able to survive for so long. Whereas when you look at plastics, as we said, plastic is probably one of the longest drying time, and this is something that we have to be worried about. But of course, thankfully, as we have said, that the drying time is not that large. It is if it's totally dry, that the chances of transmission of the virus is very small. But it's still, I would recommend that we just keep it aside for at least a few hours. Don't touch that, at least for a few hours. If possible, let us do it overnight, so that whatever little contamination or infection that would have come, that has enough time to just for the virus to just dry off, to just die off.
So, Dr. Amit, what last words would you like to give the audience, some advice, just to kind of some encouraging words of advice out there?
Yeah, so I think, of course, the COVID has really, I mean, it has created a lot of anxiety and depression in people, but I don't think that it is something that we cannot deal with. I think if we are just careful and take the required precautions that are being prescribed, maintaining distance, cleaning our hands regularly, and using a mask, which is something that I have already emphasized, I think we can really stay away from getting infected. Of course, so I mean, of course, it has to become use of a mask, for example, has to become like a part of our lifestyle now. I don't think we can really get rid of it for some time, at least for some time, for a few months. But I think it's not that sort of a bad sort of a situation. I think we can all together, with some care, we can beat this virus and this COVID situation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amit. It's so great to see that all over the world, internationally, we're all working on studying this virus. I don't think there's ever been one thing that everyone globally has been working on. So having someone such as you working so closely and looking at these droplets in the air and on surfaces is so great, because I know we're getting collaboration from the world. So it gives us hope that, we will be able to get through this faster. I mean, even now we've got our next guest is going to be talking about the vaccine that's out there. So thank you so much for your time, Dr. Amit. And I know we'll probably have you again here on Healing Our Earth to kind of share the knowledge that you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaste. And it was great interacting with you and giving this talk.
Namaste.
Namaste.
So this brings us to our next guest. And our next guest is a dear friend of mine, Dr. Bharat Pankali, who is going to be talking about the coronavirus updates. Dr. Bharat is an advisor on communicable diseases control action plans at the national and international level. He has been featured on CNN, BBC, Sky News, and many other TV channels as a COVID expert. Dr. Bharat's experience includes pandemic influenza outbreak planning and major plan testing exercises, development of web-based surveillance systems for recording the first 500 plus cases of pandemic, and to quickly understand the new virus and thus better implement control measures. He was a key player in the Ebola and SARS surveillance and control system. Dr. Bharat, are you there?
I am. Good afternoon and namaste to everyone. Namaste. Thank you.
Namaste. So good to see you. How are you?
Very, very well. Thank you. And it is wonderful that the internet can connect us and our people and share good knowledge and practice with everyone. It really is a pleasure.
It's so amazing, especially being part of Healing Our Earth, to see so many doctors and specialists and scientists all around the world just collaborating and bringing this information to the viewers. And I love watching you on all these news channels, sharing your great knowledge. So thank you so much for your time to be here on Healing Our Earth and share your knowledge. It's a very exciting time there, Dr. Bharat. The vaccine has come out, right?
It is an exciting time, and my excitement is at multiple levels. So the multiple levels of excitement is, whilst we have invented a vaccine for SARS-CoV-2 virus, coronavirus family, the other benefits are that we should be able to make vaccines against other infectious diseases, as well as other conditions like cancers. So I'm really looking forward to becoming younger again, if only I could, and go back 30 years. And in the next 30 years, we will see amazing advances in technology for treating common illnesses like dengue fever, malaria, a better TB vaccine, a better influenza vaccine, better vaccines instead of antibiotics for the treatment of common illnesses, because we're running out of antibiotics now, and also therapeutics like cancer treatment, and also therapeutics like genetic disorders where we don't make the right protein, and therefore we have conditions like cystic fibrosis, etc. So it's a marvelous world to be in, the world of science today. It's a good day to celebrate science and technology.
Don't we all wish we could be 30 years younger?
Yes.
The exciting part about this virus is this vaccine that's come out. It's an mRNA vaccine, which is a very, very different kind of vaccine. Can you just explain to our viewers what exactly is a vaccine and how does it work?
Yes, it's my pleasure. So we pay homage, and as we would do in Indian cultures, that when we have a lovely person who invents something, we make a gold statue of them and we venerate them. So in this case, we need to venerate a chap called Jenner, and he didn't live very far from where I am here in Bath. So he was a physician in Gloucestershire, not very far from my home at all. And he noticed, this is the important bit, he noticed that the ladies who looked after the cows who had what we would call cowpox, they suffered mild or minor or no illnesses from smallpox. So he took that theory forward and thought, I wonder if, because they're exposed frequently to cowpox, that they're developing something called protection against smallpox. So he took that hypothesis and inoculated, sons and daughters of rich farmers, etc., and noticed that they were protected. So that is the birth of vaccines. Jenner invented it. And so coming on to many years later, 2020 today, and we come to the mRNA vaccine. So before I go on to the mRNA vaccine, we have to also pay homage to people like Watson and Kirk and Crick and others who discovered DNA. And having discovered DNA, and then we made other discoveries, like there are other components called RNAs, and then let me start again. So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. That is the code, the absolute code that determines the color of your hair, the color of your eyes, how tall you are, how short you are, how fat you will be, conditions that you will develop. All those codes are in the DNA that you are given at birth. And then there are other components like messenger RNA, mRNA, and RNA, ribonucleic acid. And ribonucleic acids are parts of the DNA, but they're not the DNA, to keep it simple. So finally now then, we come on to the mRNA vaccines. What are they? What does it do? How does it do it? Well, the mRNA, the M stands for messenger, and the RNA stands for ribonucleic acid. What they do is one thing, and the key is in the word M. It's a messenger. Its instructions are, I bring you a message. Actually, it's not a message. I bring you a message and a instruction. So the message and the instruction, one and the same thing, is, can you make this protein? No more, no less. And in fact, it isn't a can you, it is a will you. No, it's not even a will you, you will. So it enters the human cell. Let me go back a little bit more. So we deliver this mRNA to the cell, and not the nucleus, not the DNA. There is no interference with the DNA, none whatsoever. It only does one thing. It enters your cell, and in your cell, it tells, machinery like ribosomes, which are little components in a cell, to do things. So the RNA enters your cell, and it asks your cell to make spike protein. That's the instructions. It asks it to make the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, and that protein is expressed. What does that mean? In other words, they make these little bits and pieces of protein, and then they show it. It's like little projections from the human cell. In other words, it appears on the surface of the human cell, having manufactured it. Having manufactured it, your body's immune system, that's the surveillance system, that's looking out for abnormal things, unusual proteins, etc., proteins that don't belong to your body. It recognizes it and says, oh, I know you. Well, it doesn't say that I know you, but it says, this is alien. This is not meant to be here. I don't like you. I'm going to make antibodies against you. So it makes antibodies against the spike protein. And it also makes immune memory against that spike protein. So it remembers that if you come back again, I will remember you, and I will produce lots and lots and lots of antibodies and also cellular immunity very, very quickly against you, the virus that comes next time, and I'll eliminate you. So that's how the mRNA vaccines work. They basically are an injection. It tells your cell to make spike protein. Your body recognizes the spike protein and says this is alien, and against it, it makes antibodies. And it also makes immune memory so that it remembers, I know you, I'll look out for you if you come back again. And that's how immunity works, and that's how the mRNA vaccines work.
Wow, that was a great explanation, and I think a lot of viewers would really appreciate that, because there is a lot of concern out there because it is a newer kind of vaccine. Even though I know Moderna had done like 30,000 trials on it, and Pfizer 44,000 people have been already tried on these vaccines. But there is still concern because it is so new. People are worried about, does it affect their DNA? Can you talk a little bit about the common concerns that people have, and just some explanation, please?
Yes, sure. So people say, I don't want anything that interferes with my DNA. And of course you should be concerned. Of course. So it is good of you to be concerned, and good of you to ask those questions. And my answer is as follows. The messenger RNA only does one thing. And the one thing that it does is it enters the cell. And I want to talk about how does it enter the cell, because that's really good stuff. So make sure you ask me that question in case I forget. So it enters the cell, and it does have nothing to do with the nucleus. And it is the nucleus where the DNA is kept and looks after the cell and everything else. So the nucleus is not at all involved in this process. And what it does is it instructs little bits in the cell called ribosomes to make the protein and nothing else. So, and then one more thing, it's almost like it's almost like salmon leaving the sea to swim up the river, all the way up the river, all the way up the river where they were born. And where they were born, they will lay their eggs, fertilize their eggs, and die. That's what a salmon does. Its job is finished. It was born in the river, it went out to the sea, and then it matured, and then it came out of the sea into the river, all the way upstream. And at the end of the upstream, it laid its eggs, fertilized them, died. Same with the mRNA. It arrives in the cell. It does nothing else. It cannot reproduce. It cannot multiply. It cannot touch your DNA. It doesn't do anything. It can only do one thing. The one thing it does is it makes spike protein. So eventually the mRNA degrades. In other words, it becomes non-effective. It can't do anything, and it's just destroyed and digested up and finished. So it comes, it instructs your body to make spike protein, and then its job is done. And then your body's own immune system takes over and makes antibodies against the spike protein and also remembers it. One more thing. So you could argue that you could cause a hyperimmune response by giving a lot of messenger RNA. Very valid point. And my answer is, this is why we make sure we give you what we would call in trials, a sensible dose, so that your body doesn't get a huge dose and it makes lots of spike proteins and then hyper stimulates your immune system. So there are checks and balances and safety measures about how big a dose to give and how big a dose is a safe dose, how low a dose is low enough for us to get away with. These are all parts of the experiment, and you find a middle order which is safe to induce immunity and safe enough not to cause hyperstimulation of your immune system. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, it does. When you talk about hyperstimulation, the concern I have then is you'll give your first people that you want to give the vaccine to are the healthcare workers, and then those at high risk, which are the elderly. So is there going to be a concern with the reaction of this vaccine to the elderly people? We don't want to give it to them and then cause potential bigger issues like death, for example.
Yes, of course we should be concerned. And then the checks and the balances and the monitoring is there. So as we get older, everything gets worn out, including your immune system. So when we give these vaccines to the elderly, old, frail, other illnesses people, they don't mount a very good immune response. They do mount an immune response, but it isn't a supercharged immune response. So often what happens with the elderly people is you don't give them a big dose. That's not what you do. No, that would be wrong. But what you can do is you say to your operations is we will monitor you. And if you are making suboptimal immune responses, we will give you the smaller doses frequently. In other words, we'll give you 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 priming doses to make your immune system wake up, recognize it as a foreign protein, and make immunity to it and immune memory. So that's how we prime and super prime the elderly. Now then, with the elderly come the care workers who look after them. So the care workers are usually young, and these young, fit, able people will invariably make a better immune response. And the other thing is this. So like take my mother, she's elderly. She doesn't go clubbing or pubbing or shopping or dancing or whatever. She's at home. She's doing nothing. But if she had carers, then her carers would be, and rightly so, being going out to have dinner, pub, club, socializing, etc. So they are interacting with a lot of people. And because they're interacting with a lot of people, she could bring the infection to my elderly mother and infect my mother, who's done nothing. And then my mother would have severe illness and may die. So what we do is we protect my mother, elderly, with the vaccine, and we protect my mother from people who could potentially infect her, that is the carers, and give them the vaccine too, so that they don't introduce it to my mother, who may or may not make a good immune response. So, but what you're effectively doing is creating a shield for the elder person, and all the people who are around that older person, they're also hopefully protected from being infected and infectious against the virus. And that's why we immunize them too.
So that sounds great. That means that the government needs to really strategize how to give this vaccine. For example, like if you have elderly people in the home, to make sure that the people that are in the house are getting vaccinated.
Well, yes. So whilst the care workers and elderly people in nursing homes will be priority number one, elderly people living at home with other people are not priority number one. So priority number one will definitely be elderly people in residential homes where they are mixing with carers. But actually, what will happen is, because to begin with, there's always a shortage of vaccines. So we will immunize elderly people in hospitals, elderly people about to be discharged home, and then care workers. So we immunize quickly the people that we can immunize very quickly. And then we have to work out how are we going to immunize people in nursing homes. That's a logistics nightmare, because it's not possible to bring the vaccine to them, to their homes. So what are we going to do? We got to work it out. You know, I can imagine that's the logistics nightmare of getting frail, elderly, vulnerable people out of the nursing home to go and get immunized, or wait for a vaccine that can be brought to them. The AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine is the one that can be brought to them.
It seems that there is going to be a bit of a logistical issue at the beginning, because these vaccines have to also be kind of kept at a very cold temperature. Isn't that right, Dr. Bharat? So just getting a lot of big freezers and fridges around to hold so many vaccinations is going to be an issue. Do you see other logistic issues that are going to be
Yes,
presented?
there are several logistic issues. So one is it starts its journey and it has to be kept at -70. Second, after you have thawed it and it's at room temperature, you have to use it. So you have to use large batches in one go. So you can't be wasting vaccines. So, you know, when you are defrosting a box of 975 vaccines, you better use 975 immunizations for the box that it came in. So that is a nightmare. I do know that once it has been thawed, the vaccine can be, stable for up to 5 days. So what can happen and what may happen is, at the hospital's hubs, it is safely thawed and then safely, carefully transported to local areas like GP practices, where the vaccine is administered within a very short window, whilst the vaccine is still stable and it hasn't degraded. So the stability lasts for up to 5 days. So those are the things that will have to happen. A lot of headaches, really. So I'm really looking forward to when the AstraZeneca Oxford one is licensed, so that we can then immunize thousands of people in a short time.
So with the fact that there's so many different vaccines out there, is that going to be a concern for some people who are going to be like, oh, I'd rather wait till that vaccine comes out? I mean, how do you even pick from vaccines? Are they all going to be quite similar in what they do so that you're not kind of like shopping for vaccines?
Yeah, I wouldn't shop for vaccines. Once they have been licensed, they have passed the line of safety and efficacy. So what I want is a vaccine that's safe and effective, and there's no point in shopping around. They all do the same job through different means. So let me dwell a little bit on the AstraZeneca Oxford Group vaccine. We call those vaccines a vector, and the vector is basically like a mosquito is a vector. A mosquito doesn't cause malaria, but the plasmodium inside a mosquito's saliva is the thing that causes malaria. So we call mosquitoes a vector for transmitting the plasmodium into your bloodstream. So similarly here, what we have, the vector is a chimpanzee common cold virus. So it's a chimpanzee common cold virus which has been altered to not be able to replicate. Okay, so that's the vector. It carries instructions, and I'm coming on to the instructions in a minute. So chimpanzee common cold virus altered so that it cannot reproduce. Step one. Step two, attached to that virus a instruction. Now we're getting similar to the mRNA. So you attach to the chimp virus that you have denatured a instruction, a mRNA. And the mRNA does what an mRNA does. I've been through this before. So you give the AstraZeneca Oxford Group vaccine, and the virus, the altered chimpanzee virus, carries the mRNA into your cell. And having carried it inside your cell, the mRNA does what an mRNA does, make spike protein, and then body recognizes it and it makes immunity, etc. So you see the technology. One is the mRNA from Pfizer and Moderna delivered as a nanoparticle into your cell. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny particle, 10 to the minus 9, and it is coated in lipid, and it enters your cell that way. The AstraZeneca Oxford one enters the cell carried by a chimpanzee virus that has been altered.
See there, you did remember to tell us how it entered the cell. I didn't need to remind you.
Indeed.
So what about the vaccine booster? So when you take it once, you're going to have to wait a little while and then take a second booster. And what happens if you forget to take the booster shot?
Well, you need to try and not forget, because it is in your own interest to have maximum immunity against this thing. And not only maximum immunity, but maximum immune memory. Immune memory is important. So you need to have steps taken to write down on a good piece of paper that you're not going to lose, date vaccine given, and then the date for the second one, and note down which one you received and where you received it. Irrespective of what the people are going to be doing for you, they will probably give you this piece of paper. But I'm saying, do your own due diligence. Write down on a good piece of paper, in other words, a notebook. Where did you receive it? When did you receive it? What did you receive? What date? Etc. Just write it. What date is the next vaccine? Write it down so you don't forget. So, okay, accidents do happen. Don't worry about it. So say you had the vaccine today on the 1st of January, and on the 21st of January, you were supposed to receive the second one, and you forgot. Don't worry about it. Maybe you remembered it in February. Maybe you remembered it in March. It doesn't matter. Go and have your second vaccine. It's late. It's not too late. Okay? Go and have your second. And then there will be people who've traveled and moved countries and they can't remember if they had the vaccine or not. What to do? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Relax. Have the vaccine. It's not going to do you any harm. So, for example, I immunize against the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine infections with a vaccine. People often tell me, I can't remember. And I say to them, listen, if this is your third or fourth MMR, it's not going to harm you. All it's going to do is boost your immunity. So don't worry about it. Okay. Every day when you go out on the red bus to work, you're meeting thousands and thousands of bugs anyway. So every day you're encountering antigens anyway. I appreciate in a vaccine, it is in a concentrated form. So don't worry about it, is the shortest possible answer I can give. But do your due diligence, write it down in a nice notebook so you don't lose it. So it's a good record of what you had, when you had it, and when your next one is due. And I was asked this question, can I swap around? And my answer is this. Ideally, if you start on the mRNA vaccine, finish the course with the mRNA vaccine. If you start the course with the AstraZeneca vector vaccine, finish the course with that one. So keep it same.
Oh, thank you. That was great advice. With the vaccine, there's a couple of questions. So what happens if somebody already has had coronavirus, COVID-19? Do they still need to get vaccinated, or is this going to kind of just help boost them up a little bit more as far as the immunization?
Yeah, that's a lovely question. And this is a question of, it is a conundrum. And I don't think the experiments were done on giving people the vaccine who have already had the infection. So what are the concerns? So if I were to immunize somebody who had it, will I do them any harm? That's the first question. And thinking empirically, I don't think so, because all you would be doing is boosting their immune system post an infection. So empirically thinking from first principles, I can see that it could be pretty safe to do so. But I would like to see proper experiments conducted in saying, yes, we took 1,000 people who have survived a coronavirus COVID-19 disease, SARS-CoV-2 infection, and we immunized them, and we found that there was no untoward outcome. So I'm pretty sure these experiments are happening now for us to have absolute proof that it is okay to immunize people who've already recovered from COVID-19 disease. If I was in the middle of an outbreak with very few things that I can do, middle of a jungle, difficult country, that sort of thing, I would err on the side of caution and say, take the vaccine, even though you've had the infection.
And what about, let's say, so there's so many people that actually have COVID-19 right now. And let's say you are actually currently infected and then you get the vaccine. Is that going to be just so much for the body that it could be potentially fatal? Or
no, not at all. And this is a very important point. Parents often tell me, but sir, you're going to give my little baby 5 vaccines. 5. Isn't that going to overwhelm their immune system? And my answer is, but when you go out on the red bus to school or wherever, you're meeting thousands of antigens every day. I'm only giving your child 5 compared to the thousands you're exposed to every day. And your immune system never gets overwhelmed by just normal life. So I don't think just because you've had a recent coronavirus, COVID-19 disease, SARS-CoV-2 infection, that soon after your infection, a few months, I give you a vaccine that it will overwhelm your immune system. I don't think so.
Got it. Thank you. Let's just shift the conversation a little bit to, there's a vaccine out. So now, do you think a lot of people are going to get a little bit lax and just be like, oh, it's time to party because, you know, we're like at the end of the tunnel? What kind of advice would you like to give the general public about staying safe currently right now?
Well, they have endured 2019 in a 2020 difficult circumstances, and many have lost loved ones too. And this is a serious illness. So I would say have some patience, have some resilience, and this is very important that you are alive. And the reason why it's very important that you're alive is we have a job to do. One, we have to celebrate many things. We have to reset how we live our lives and hopefully live our lives in a better way, environmentally, culturally, cooperatively, and so many things. And finally, I also say we have to hold certain politicians, etc., to account for how they managed or mismanaged the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. So there are many, many, many reasons to remain alive. And so one measure you can take is don't get infected, don't infect others, because there's a job to do. Life, if you're dead, you're dead, you're not coming back, it's finished, you know? So why finish your life if you can help it? So remain alive. There's a beautiful world out there to enjoy. And, you know, I think nice things are going to come out of this 2020 suffering. Don't get infected, don't infect others.
Dr. Bharat, let's just quickly go through those precautions again. We all know them. They're wearing the mask. Let's just run through that again. Just give the viewers some good advice that they just need to go through for the next couple more months until vaccine's out and we can kind of start getting some normality.
So it won't be a couple of months, and it is better that I'm honest. It's more like 3 to 6 months, okay? At least. So brace yourselves for it. Avoid contact with too many people. That's the ingredient number one. People, you see, you might think that Mr. John Smith is only interacting with you, but you don't know how many other people that John Smith is interacting with, and so on. So you keep your circle nice and tight and small. Important number one. Number two, when you go out and about, only humans within reason, unless you're a mink farmer or something like that. So within reason, only humans can infect you. So when you go out and about amongst fellow humans, consider, and this is something I said, I made headlines. And at that time when I made headlines, people raised their eyebrows, but now they accept it. So 7th of March, 2020, I said, and I stick by it today, consider everyone, everything at every time to be potentially infected and infectious, and tread carefully accordingly. So when you go out and about, have that in your mind. Everyone, everything, every time, every place is infected. So what do? Wear your mask. Wear your mask properly. And I mean, when I say properly, I mean, pity I haven't got my mask here by me. It has to go up here, not over here, not over here, not here, not here, not here, not there at all, but here. So starting from here, it has to cover your nose and mouth properly and snug fitting. And when you wear your mask snug fitting properly, you're doing yourself a lot of favor, a lot of benefit to you personally. So wear your mask and it will protect you. I know you are protecting others by wearing your mask too, but most people are only interested in themselves. So I'll focus my attention on themselves. Wear it properly. Second bit, keep your distance from people. I've already said this. Then the easier bits are keep your hands clean. And one way to keep your hands clean is to use the alcohol gel when you can't otherwise wash your hands. But my better advice is timetable washing your hands, and wash your hands every 2 hours and dry them. So it's not only washed hands, it's washed, clean, dry hands that work. So you dry them properly with a paper towel or a towel. So it's washed, clean hands, nice and clean them properly, and they will do the job for you. But even if your hands are not clean, because you can have a lot of dirty hands, and I say this, it's not the dirty hands that make you ill, because this hand can be filthy dirty. It's if I do this and introduce my hand to my nose and mouth, that's when I get infected. So learn not to do that. And avoid close indoor places. That's the important thing. So there is a Japanese one, and this is a very good piece of advice from Japan. So it's the 3 C's, close crowds, close environment, and ventilation. So you need to avoid crowded places, close contacts, and closed places. So closed places, crowds, and close contact. If you can avoid those 3, you're already onto a winner. Plus wear your mask properly.
Thank you for going through that mask hygiene again, because a lot of people I'm noticing, they're touching the outside of their mask, which could now be contaminated with virus, and then they pull it down and then they're scratching their nose. They don't realize that that's a potential source of getting the coronavirus.
Yes, indeed. So you are right. And you, as my fellow medical colleague, dental colleague, you will understand that when we were taught all these things, we put on our gloves, and those gloves never touched anything apart from the patient. And then when we put our mask and gowns on, we didn't do this and we didn't touch our gowns. So similar advice here is you can't be handling your mask and then expecting that your hands are clean. But you need to keep your hands clean or reduce handling of the mask. So how do you achieve all of that? Well, it's easy. You put your mask on and you keep it on and forget about it. And if you put your mask on properly, as in the middle of surgery, you can't be changing your mask or altering it or touching it or anything. You know that. So you will make sure you put your mask on properly. And once it's there properly, nice, tight and snug, it won't slip, it won't move, and you won't have to adjust it. And if you have to adjust it, which you might have to, then you also know that your hand is potentially contaminated, and a little dab of alcohol gel to keep your hands clean is a good practice.
Well, thank you for that. And one other thing I'm noticing coming from the medical background is just disinfection. Like you'll notice that disinfectants need a certain amount of time to actually kill viruses. And I see it kind of just sprayed and then wiped very quickly. I feel like there needs to be more education out there for restaurants, for example. In the hospital, I think we're doing very well, but general public don't understand so much. And even like restaurants and shops, just to have us be able to kind of, when we do go back, to be safe.
Sheila, you're so right. And I observe this all the time. And what I sort of feel is, goodness me, we don't teach science very well at all. And I despair, because I'm a scientist and I want other people to know science as well. So you're absolutely right. You spray, as you said, and then you wipe clean. And that's rubbish, really. So if you are going to be using proper disinfectants, then you need appropriate contact time. So you spray and allow that contact time to elapse, and then you wipe clean. Otherwise, you're ceremoniously spraying and wiping clean, often with a dirty cloth. And that dirty cloth is taking muck from table 1 to table 2 to table 3. So my best advice would be spray, contact time, wait, in other words, and then with a disposable towel, wipe that table, and then throw that towel away. Next table, do the same. Or if you have 10 tables, you do spray the 10 tables and then wait, and then you go table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way to 10, wiping them clean 10 times with 10 different pieces of disposable towels. And that would also give you the contact time by the time you reach the 10th table, so on. It can be done. You just need to be aware of why you spray and what you need to do. By the way, I'm in a very privileged position. So I'm advising local authorities on infection control practice. And I'm using my knowledge, skills, and expertise to tell local authority, to tell the restaurant business, etc., how to do it properly. So I feel very good that I'm in the front line, although I'm a backroom boy, that in the front line, I'm making sure that not only do they do it, but they do it properly.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Bharat. There's so much information here. I know we could be chatting for like hours and hours and hours, which we have done offline. There's just so much to talk about, and just knowing that the vaccine's coming out, there is some hope, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you so much for your time. And I know that you're very busy on all these social media and different TV channels. So we're very blessed to have you here on Healing Our Earth. How do we follow you? How do we kind of get some more information about the work that you're doing?
Yes, thank you for asking. And this is important because I also learned that if people had been following me on Twitter, for example, they would have seen the chronology of things happening from February to today. And with me, they would have been learning. So I would like people to follow me because I think there is a bank of information here. And if you will put it up, I'm very grateful to you. So on Twitter, I am at Dr. Saib. So it's DOCTORSHAIB. Okay. And then whenever I can, I also try to put everything on a YouTube channel. And the YouTube channel is Dr. DOCTOR Bharat, BHARAT, Pankania, PANKHANIA. So if you put all those, Dr. Bharat Pankania into YouTube, you will find who I am. Subscribe. It's good knowledge. Every day I post a new interview there, and collectively people will learn and be educated and reassured. Reassured is very important to me.
All right, Dr. Bharat, give us your final tip out there, just a final thing.
Well, vaccines are almost there. Hold your ground, and simple thing. Don't get infected. Don't infect others. Wear your mask properly and look forward to 2021. Good times are not far away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bharat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Namaste to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And now is our next guest, who's also a host on Healing Our Earth, and her name is Dr. Nora Vias. And we're going to be having a conversation about emotional stability and happiness during this pandemic. Dr. Vias is an associate professor of mental health, a chartered scientist and motivational speaker. She's completed her PhD in psychiatry at the University of London. She has published her research in international peer-reviewed journals and presented at the national and international conferences. In the early stages of her career, she has been a recipient of several awards in recognition for her research on schizophrenia, including the UK-USA Fulbright Scholarship Award, Young Investigator Award by the World Congress of Biological Psychiatry, the Women of the Year Award by the British Asian Achievers Award, and the Winston Churchill Fellowship Award. Dr. Vias manages an Instagram account at mentalhealth_connect, which she focuses on sharing motivational quotes and inspiring the community through Instagram live events with an aim to end stigma around mental health and mental illness. Welcome, Dr. Nora. How are you, my dear friend?
Hello, a warm welcome to you, Dr. Dobie. It's such a pleasure to be on Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much to the team for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be on the show.
It's always great to have you here with all the great insight that you have on mental health, and especially right now, mental health is quite a big deal because a lot of people are suffering through anxiety and stress and depression, and we just had a wonderful conversation with Dr. Bharat, and one of the things I'm wondering is are we going to see a lot of anxiety around the vaccine, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a underlying level of anxiety which is associated with the vaccine. Of course, the government's going to be rolling out about almost 800,000 doses next week or so. And of course, there is a priority list. But within this, there is a sort of underlying anxiety relating to uncertainty. So there's three key factors which may explain why many people across the UK, but also globally, are quite anxious. One could be things relating to medical uncertainty. So when we're not really sure, like in terms of what exactly is happening, so let's say every day or every week we have an update from the government about what developments there have been in terms of getting a vaccination. Or we've been going through a roller coaster experience where we've been going from one experience of being in lockdown to then being on tier system. And many people have their tier systems going from tier system 2 through to tier 3. And so there's a whole level of like, am I on the right tier? What do I need to do exactly? What are the rules? So there is this uncertainty generally, and that seems to bring out high levels of anxiety because there's a sort of an ever-changing environment which is driving this anxiety. Also, of course, we need to be aware that there is this level of unfamiliarity. So we are aware of the seasonal flu, and we've been aware of this for many years. We know that if we're vulnerable, if we're an older adult, we need to have the seasonal flu jab. But when it's come to COVID, for example, it's come quite suddenly. And therefore, there's this level of unfamiliarity, which is leading to high levels of uncertainty and, of course, increased level of anxiety. And on a personal level, when each of us look deep within, we find that the uncertainty is affecting us directly. So, for example, we're not sure whether our children's school will be closing. We don't know whether our son or daughter whether they're going to be going into school or not, maybe because there's another child which may be affected, who may have had COVID-19. So they may have to, everyone in the classroom may need to remain in isolation for a period of 2 weeks. So there is high levels of uncertainty, even things relating to, let's say, if you wanted to book a flight for a holiday, or you wanted to attend a conference, you may have a speaker's role at a conference. So you may have already paid for those flights, and suddenly we're in a lockdown, or you're in a tier system, or there might be lots of restrictions at the airport. And suddenly we're kind of having a lot of change in our plans. And we don't like that very much as a society. We don't like to be vulnerable. It really upsets the system. And the brain doesn't really like it very much. And so it's likely that because we don't have that plan in sight, and everything is pretty much changing all the time, this is one of the many reasons why we have this underlying level of anxiety. But I think it's equally important for us to realize that having anxiety during this time is completely normal. But if we have excessive amounts of anxiety or worries, and these last for several months, maybe over 6 months or so, this is something which I think is a cause for concern. So there are people across the globe, people generally who experience some form of anxiety. It could be, some examples could be things like having body pains, or spending time with yourself alone for long durations, finding it hard to get up and get ready for the day, having a plan or some form of routine. A person may, for example, doubt themselves a lot. They may not check their messages as much. So there's these underlying symptoms of anxiety, general anxiety. But if a person was to experience quite a few of these, and we're talking about maybe about 6 to 9 of these symptoms, this is when it's a cause for concern. So let's say if a person was experiencing high levels of fatigue, excessive amounts of anxiety or worry, And even if you were to respond to this individual and say, don't worry, or say something like, oh, look, I can help you on completing this, there's nothing to worry about, they may go on to shifting the anxiety towards another task or another thing they need to do. Individuals with this generalized anxiety disorder may also experience restlessness or a sense of edginess. So there might be the littlest things which may upset them. Irritability is quite common in people with generalized anxiety disorders, but also a lack of ability to concentrate, to remember things. Just like Dr. Bhavat was mentioning earlier about having a notebook, to remember when you took the vaccination, for example. So these things do matter, but individuals who experience generalized anxiety disorder, they may be quite forgetful. They may not be able to remember because there's so much anxiety associated with, within their day-to-day life. Some of the things that I think many of our viewers may be experiencing at this time because of the anxiety is difficulties in sleeping. They may stay up till late hours of the evening. They may find themselves watching lots of, it could be movies, documentaries. It could just be just not wanting to sleep. So they may have a lack of sleep. And this could directly have an impact on their sort of the way of life. So there's been some evidence which suggests that people who experience generalized anxiety disorder also experience increased level of muscle aches and soreness and tension. And they don't, when it comes to reflecting upon why exactly is that happening, why am I experiencing this, they can't really come to a decision. Is this something that I'm experiencing in my life generally, or is it something else? It is a medical problem. And so there is some form of confusion in terms of, is this a psychosomatic problem? So if I'm feeling really anxious or really stressed, it's likely that possibility that I might experience palpitations. A lot of people experience ulcers, for example, or psoriasis because of stress. So bodily effects are also likely to be notable or reported in people with generalized anxiety disorder. So I think the issue is that anxiety is very common, especially during this time. But if it's quite excessive and it's difficult to control, this is when a person would really need to get in touch with a treating physician, maybe a GP, have an e-consultation. I know that's something which is being done within the UK and as a first point of call. And subsequently, of course, if it's something which is associated with some form of emergency, maybe some physical ailments, then a person may be directed to visit the A&E or the emergency centre. But in terms of what they can do, Dr. Dubey, I was just thinking about this. So what they could potentially do is, I think, one of the solutions is to remain calm. I think that's something which many of us have experienced over the last 9 months. How can we remain calm during uncertainty? And one suggestion I'd like to give is to try to integrate breathing exercises where you do something very simple. It doesn't have to be fancy, but just breathing in and breathing out, right? Again, breathing in and breathing out. And depending on your health, you can do that at a deeper level or very simple. And again, taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. And this is something which is free, right? And it's a relaxation response, which is something which is a mentally active process. So you're actually saying to yourself that I want to relax, I want to remain calm. Let me take that deep breath in and out. And you can do this for maybe a minute or 2 minutes, whether you're feeling anxious or not. This is just lovely in the morning just to take that, wonderful deep breath in and out, and it activates your cells. It actually increases the amount of oxygen in the brain, but also in the parasympathetic central nervous system. So it tends to promote calmness, just doing something simple as breathing, and it allows us to refocus our mind. Other factors is that when someone experiences anxiety, they're typically thinking about the future. So they have that future orientated state of mind. And what we need to do actively is to come back into the present moment. And that's why when we do mindfulness interventions, we try to remain in the moment, in the here and now. How am I feeling right now? right? So if I'm feeling really, really calm and my breathing is very relaxed, that's great. But the moment we start thinking about the past or we think about the future, it's likely that our breathing will start to go up or down, depending on what it is that we're thinking about. So try to remain in the present moment. Another thing I'd suggest is candles. I love candles, right? So it's just beautiful. Just put up, we've got them everywhere. Maybe you can even use an incense stick or some form of aromatherapy. It's considered to be really, really effective in just promoting a reduction in anxiety and, of course, relieving stress. I know a lot of people that also exercise, right? And I think there's lots of ways of doing this. So it could be something that you follow on a regular basis. Maybe you go out for a walk every morning. That's fabulous. That's a really, really good way, really fabulous way for cardiovascular improvements on a day-to-day basis. But you can go for a run. You can even go for swimming once things improve. And just get yourself into that level of fitness. There's so much that's out there on Instagram. There's some free live online exercise programs that you can literally just log into. You don't need to pay for it. It's all free. And you can do a regular exercise, maybe a couple of times a week. And this is something which I certainly do promote. It doesn't have to be too intensive. It can be something as simple as, doing a sort of a push-up. I guess that's not simple, but it could be something like maybe doing some lunges, maybe doing some squats, doing some hand exercises, starting off really simple, and then starting to go into doing maybe planks and push-ups and sit-ups. And this really does energize the body. So there's something we can do for our body as well as our mind. Additionally, there is this whole thing about gratitude, which I'm very much think is important, like writing down what you appreciate most about life. And I think we've all had plenty of opportunity over the last 9 months to think about our life. We haven't, for example, had the excuse that, oh, I'm going out to see you in a couple of hours. That's what we tend to do, right? So we have an agenda in the day, we go to work, we spend an entire day at work for like 6 to 8 hours. Before we come home, we might meet a friend and then head home. So we have very limited time with our family. But now, many of us are working from home. That's one of the recommendations by the government, right? So if you can work from home, please do work from home. So now we're spending a lot of time at home. Now, some people may consider this to be quality time, right? Others may think, oh gosh, what should I do now? I haven't spoken to my parents for a long time. I typically have dinner with them, but I don't actually get to interact with them as much. So I think the last 9 months have just been incredible for the vast majority of us, where we've actually built strong bonds, relationships with our family. And we've been able to have an opportunity to speak with them. That's, again, something that we probably try to delay, or indirectly. We haven't purposely said, oh, I don't want to speak to my family, but I think it really comes down to the notion that if we're in a place, we're more likely to bring out that love and care and happiness within the place we live in at home. So that's really important, just to appreciate the things in our life at the moment, the fact that we've got a roof over our head. I know that's the simplest things, but there are many people across the UK and across the world who have difficulties in even having a meal a day. And of course, there's been so much in the literature about that, and so many challenges young children are experiencing. So, individuals who have this anxiety, they tend to, one way of being able to reduce this is through gratitude. But also we tend to, if you're feeling anxious, just imagine, if you're feeling really, really anxious, we tend to think about the worst case scenario. It could be the simplest things, like, maybe your son hasn't reached home yet and it's been an hour or so. So we tend to think about the worst case scenario could have happened. But in fact, maybe their phone battery is not working, and suddenly they appear, at your front door. You're like, where were you? So this was typically what happens if there is high levels of anxiety, a lot of worry about what could have happened. And I think we need to get to a phase where we're rethinking our fears, and we're actually training our brain to come up with rational ways to deal with these underlying anxious thoughts that we may have. Something we could do is a meditation. So if that would be something you'd like, I'm happy to share that experience.
I think we would all love some meditation from you, Dr. Nora. Yeah, if you have something that you can share with us, that would be wonderful.
Okay, that sounds lovely. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'll just play some gentle music in the background. And what I'd like you to do is, there's no special positions you need to hold, as long as you're relaxed and you're comfortable. So let's try to apply the breathing awareness technique that we talked about earlier. And if there are any thoughts that come to you, just remember it's completely normal. Just let it come. Just be relaxed. You can choose to keep your eyes open or closed. Many people ask me, why would you keep your eyes open? Well, if you keep your eyes open, the experience you have today in this moment will come to you during the day when you have your eyes open. So, sit comfortably on your chair. Place your feet flat on the ground and rest your hands on your knees. Make sure your back is straight and that you're comfortable. Feel the weight of your body on your chair. Pay attention to your breath and let yourself breathe naturally. Take a breath in and out. In and out. And another deep breath in and out. And while you're breathing at a very natural pace, relax your shoulders. Relax the muscles in your face, in your hands, and in your legs. Let go of all the tightness in your body. And going down, notice your stomach and chest rise and fall each time you breathe in and each time you breathe out. Just allow your breathing to be natural and relaxed. And now I'd like to share some thoughts with you and invite you to follow these. So as I breathe in, I imagine gathering all my tense and anxious thoughts. And as I breathe out, I blow all those thoughts away. And now, as I breathe in, I draw all the calmness and tranquility of thoughts from my mind. And as I breathe out, I spread these thoughts through my body. The body is relaxed. And my mind feels free. Thank you.
Wow, that was really relaxing. And there's a recording on this on the website, so on www.healingourearth.com, so we can refer back to this wonderful moment. Thank you for sharing that with us, Dr. Nora. Your voice is so relaxing. I might have fallen asleep and not been able to host the rest of the show.
Yes, when you do meditation, then it does take you into this alpha state. And so when we keep our eyes opened, it allows us to concentrate and really use the power of breathing, maybe the power of meditation. And as you saw, it only takes a few minutes, but you can really, really calm your senses. And it's quite a deep meditation in the sense that it makes you realize it's the smallest things that can make such a big difference. You don't need to go out spending lots of cash. You can do something for yourself. You can play some background music and just give yourself that time. And I know that we've spoken about this before, things like me time. How much me time do I give myself? Do I assign some time in my day where I can relax? It could be reading a book. It could be doing a hobby. It could be watching one of my favorite programs, but there's something which is for me. And people think, why me? Why am I talking about me time? Well, you're not being selfish by thinking about yourself. You're just assigning yourself some time. I know many mothers do this. After their kids have gone to sleep, they assign the last couple of hours. It could be from 9 to 12 or 10 to 1. And that's like, oh, this is my time. I want to watch the programs I want to watch, and I think that's really, really important.
I think it's also important to realize that meditation doesn't have to be so difficult. I think a lot of people don't realize that you can have a guided meditation session like your one, where you can find a recording like yours or on YouTube or many other platforms and just kind of sit with it without having to kind of close your eyes and just think of nothing, which is the hardest thing to do, because when you're thinking of nothing, that's when all the thoughts come in your head. So thank you for reminding us how easy meditation can be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really interesting. We have about 60 to 80,000 thoughts a day. And so whenever, like when I started meditation when I was like 15 years old, I realized it very quickly because I had a lot of thoughts that were coming through. But then it's important to channel those thoughts, and you can't stop the thoughts from coming. And so when you do the meditation for the first time, those who are viewers who are watching this, you might find that, oh God, I'm not, I can't really concentrate too much. Is this for me? But as you do meditation more and more, you'll find that your mind will become more stable. And it's almost like you're providing that focus, you're focusing the mind or giving a lot more attention to things. So even after the meditation, when you're going out doing work, maybe if you're a child going to school or a young person, you might find that, wow, I'm able to concentrate so much more. And it could be because when you're meditating, you are concentrating. It could be like a guided meditation. It could be where you're self-guiding. So you're saying to yourself, let me be peaceful, let me be calm. So that guided thought, which is coming from the self, can really support you subsequently when you go out in the real world and you're interacting with people, you're doing things that you need to remember things. All of this can really support you.
Yeah, that's just great that there's so many resources out there. There's mental health experts such as yourself, and there's, like we heard earlier today from all the other speakers, that you can actually access people remotely. You don't have to feel so isolated, because obviously nowadays isolation is a big problem, right? And we just need to remind our viewers and just remember that, yes, you might be alone and you might not have accessibility to actually go and visit a health worker, for example, but through Zoom and the phone, you're able to actually access quite a lot of help out there.
Yes, absolutely. And it's so important that we seek help early. So if you experience any forms of anxiety and it's quite excessive, maybe you're a relative of someone and you're able to clearly observe that my son, my daughter, my partner, any other family member is going through a difficult time. It's important to speak with them. And it's really simple. It's just like where, it's like you care. And I think these values are really important. Show the love. If someone picks up the phone and calls you and it's it's a Monday morning and it must be my cousin, that predictability really does enhance the feeling of happiness, that there's someone out there who cares for me. And I think we all need that. It's not that when things become difficult, then suddenly we pick up the phone and we ask how they're doing. But in general, not only for the pandemic, but generally, it's quite important that we check up on each other. So I'd love to be checked up for, like just someone to ask me how I'm doing, and it could be a simple WhatsApp message, or it could be a phone call.
All right, Dr. I'll make sure I WhatsApp you every day and check up.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so it's so lovely. I mean, I think it brings a nice smile to people's face. They feel like, oh, there's someone out there who cares, and that's so important. And I think that's something that I very much value, even before the pandemic. That there is that there are friends, there are families. You're not alone. And never see yourself as alone. Just pick up the phone, even if you're the first person taking the initiative. It's okay. It's not like, oh, shouldn't she be calling me or shouldn't he be calling me? It's like, it's okay. Just chill. Pick up the phone. Say hi. How are you doing? And then just let go of any barriers or any hurdles. That we tend to have this a lot. We say, oh, I'll just keep it really general. I'll just ask them how are you doing, and then I'll just say, how's if it's someone's birthday, how's your birthday going? Is it okay? Okay, great, thank you so much. It's so nice to speak to you, and then you put it down. But if you talk about something personal with that person, they will also open out about some of their struggles, and that's what you want, an opportunity through conversation to offload. And remember, there are people out there who are more than happy to listen to you in a non-judgmental way, without being critical. They're just there to listen and go, wow, okay, you know what, that's something I'm experiencing as well. I'm feeling quite anxious as well. And then you can just share things that you can do to make yourself feel so much more better.
Yeah, I think also now is the time that there are different emotions in different families, right? There might be more anger, more anxiousness. So you might have family members that are a little bit more snappy, or they're a little bit more upset or angry, different emotions. So it's important to recognize that and be more empathetic, I feel.
Yes, empathy, I think, is the foundations to any relationship, and also it shows that you care. Empathy is essentially being compassionate, but also caring and loving. So it's the love, when you can sense that this person really does care about me. They do love me from the heart, and there's different forms of love, right? So if a person genuinely can feel that you care about them, they don't actually need to physically meet you. They can do this through Zoom. They can have a conversation on FaceTime. There's different forms of communicating and showing that you care.
What advice would you give to have a deep conversation with someone that you haven't really, let's say you're reaching out to a friend that you haven't spoken to in a while. How do you kind of suddenly get into a deep, what kind of questions can you ask them to help them open up?
That's a good question. So if you haven't spoken to someone for a while, I would say it's okay. The fact that you've thought about speaking to them is great. You can continue from where you left. So if you do remember the last conversation you had, and of course you can go into your chats and go, oh, this is what I spoke to them about previously, like almost 6 months ago. Or of course, just pick up the phone, just message them and say, you know what, hi, how's it going? it would be great to have a chat, find out when they're available. And you'll find that your friend equally has been so busy. So it's both ways. And it's a busy period because, as I said before, we're all working. A lot of us are working from home. We have our families to take care of, children. And so you might find that actually everyone's just simply busy. It's not that they've purposefully been ignoring you. It's just that they haven't had the time. And, this is very, very common, I think, particularly when you get older. When you're younger and maybe at university or at school, you might find that it's so much more easier. But when you get older and you're working, it is a bit more challenging. And so, yeah, just don't worry about it. Don't be bogged down on the little things and focus more on the overall picture that actually I'm connecting with a friend that I have good relations with. And even if there's some loved one, maybe there's a close relative that you haven't spoken to for a long time, it's okay. Just pick up the phone and ask them how they're doing. And, don't have just have that level of forgiveness. Forgive people. Don't get bogged down on, oh, he said this and she said that. Just let it go. I mean, there are bigger things in life that we're facing at the moment. And just imagine, I mean, there's obviously people that are passing away almost instantly in hospital. We don't have an opportunity to meet loved ones, and it's tragic. And then we might think, oh God, had I picked up the phone and spoken to them and said I've forgiven them. So there's some deep things, I think, that really touch the soul. It really, so yeah, it's just something that I think having just let your guard down, just say, I'm really, whatever's happened, just forget about it and let's just start fresh. And yeah.
Wow, that's some great advice, Dr. Nora. I know that in family dynamics, there's always something going on. What about loneliness? There's a lot of people out there that are feeling lonely. What kind of advice would you give them right now?
Yeah, so loneliness is certainly an issue at the moment. And there's been so much research on this from the Office of National Statistics saying about 4 million people are feeling lonely. And there's been some earlier work, when the pandemic commenced, where about 27% of the population have been experiencing loneliness. So it's something which is found in very young people, but also those who may have been separated in terms of or divorced in some way. People who are quite depressed often feel lonely because they might find themselves in isolation. And also there's a strong need to maintain emotional regulation. So having difficulties in our emotions and in actually supporting that is something that brings about loneliness as well. Some factors which protect us from being lonely are factors like high levels of social support. So if you have a family, you're living with your family, or maybe even if you're in, let's say, university accommodation, but you have that interaction with other fellow students, that really does help in terms of combating the experience of loneliness, which also brings about anxiety. Being married or cohabitating is another factor which protects us from feeling lonely, but also living with a greater number of adults in the household. So there's a lot more activities that are happening. Maybe there's some people that are working from home. There's others that are going to work. There's also maybe children that are going to school. So there's lots of activities going on in the household. And that tends to increase our activity. About, oh, what's going on this morning? Okay, you're going to school, you're going to work. Okay, I'll just make a cup of tea. So there's things that are going on. There's this energy or good positive flow in the house. But what we can do if we're experiencing loneliness is to essentially check in with our close family and friends. So if we aren't living in a household, we don't have lots of people around us, it's just as simple as picking up your phone, making a video call to them and encouraging them to contact you as well, and just say, it's so lovely, we had such a wonderful conversation, it'd be so nice to speak to you maybe in the next few weeks or so, or next week, whatever works for you. But sharing your own experience with someone else certainly does help, and it's just so nice to hear from a friend in general or close family member. It just makes you feel really good and less isolated. Other things in terms of what you can do for isolation are probably finding ways to spend your time with friends. You could probably say, let's go out for a walk in the park. And there's been lots of research which has suggested that, and we know this in practice as well, that spending time in green spaces tends to help our general well-being, or even bringing plants into the house tends to illuminate the house, really makes you feel quite positive. You need to obviously take care of those plants. So that's a very positive feeling that you may have. But also, of course, you can also go into taking up a hobby. So if you've never played an instrument before, or if you're into, let's say, exercising a lot, maybe from home, or watching a program of your choice, there's so much on Netflix nowadays, why not do that? Why not do something that you'd like to do? Like, that's what I was talking about, the me time element. So do things which you will find personally quite fulfilling, and dedicate your time to be able to do those activities. Just essentially stay busy, because when you're not busy, so when you don't have a routine or schedule of what you're going to be doing, that's when we experience loneliness, and then that brings about high levels of anxiety. So you could paint your house, for example. If you say, oh, I'd love to change the painting in this room, or prepare a really nice new cuisine. I don't know if you've never tried a Thai green curry before, why not try that? And there's some wonderful videos actually on YouTube about how to do that. And for those who are vegetarian, it's obviously very nice, and make it with tofu or meat, for example. So there's some really interesting things that you can do, but I think it's all about focusing on the self, focusing less on the problem. So having limited focus on the problem itself and focusing more on what I need to do, what action do I need to take to make myself feel a lot more better. And of course, there are also organizations, there's voluntary things that you can do to help other organizations. So it could be as simple as making phone calls. There's a huge initiative by Age UK where you get trained up. And if you're elderly who's in isolation, you are asked to call a number of people of a similar age group, and all you do, you pick up the phone and go, hi, how are you, Susan? And then Susan's like, yeah, it's so nice to hear from you. And they're in isolation and you're also in isolation, but you're speaking to someone and you've got this bond, and you've probably never seen them before, because some of these phone calls happen without a video call. And this is what I'm talking about. Let's share the love, let's share that happiness, because that's what humanity is all about, right? Especially during this pandemic, but even in general, we're all out there to support each other. We're all in this together. So if we are really being very generous with ourselves in terms of the values and qualities that we have, I think it very much comes down to sharing that with others. Just keeping it within our hearts is not sufficient, So if I meditate and I say, oh, I'm full of happiness and love, but I'm not able to share that with others, then that's not really doing a great service. So I think it's really important to do that, to connect with people. If you're really positive, fabulous, but then try to share that with others as well. I think you're on mute, Dr. Dobie.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, fabulous. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, that was so strange. Computer's acting up. Can you tell me the site again that the elderly people can communicate with each other? What was that again? Aged UK or something you mentioned?
Yes, so Age UK is a charity, it's an organisation, and it involves, this is something which was available online about people's experiences of loneliness. So Age UK essentially provides an opportunity for fellow elderly people to speak with others who are also experiencing loneliness, and that tends to release a lot of the stress and anxiety associated with loneliness.
Got it. And then I've been reading quite a little bit on the different mental health issues that are happening around the world. And they're saying there's a rise in anxiety, and then there's also a rise in depression. What is the difference between anxiety and depression?
Yeah, so when we experience anxiety, it's like a physiological response to things like any dangerous or threatening experience. So what we do is physiologically, if we can sense something that in the future that's going to happen to us, let's say we can imagine at the moment in the pandemic, we don't know what next year is going to involve, whether we're still going to be on the tier system, whether we're going to be on a lockdown. But there's so much conflicting information, right? And it just seems really uncertain. So during these times, yes, we can do the things that I was talking about to release anxiety. But if you were to feel anxious, you'd probably have a high heart rate, your blood pressure may be quite high, or maybe the palpitations may be experienced, and just those kind of physiological responses are likely to happen. Maybe even feelings of a panic attacks, so feeling breathless, feeling that there's a sense of danger. So just feeling out of your comfort zone, essentially. And when we experience depression, this is a mood disorder. And during these periods, people experiencing major depressive disorder typically feel fatigued, they may have difficulties in sleeping, they may have high levels of anxiety, the sense of hopelessness or helplessness about the world, the way they view themselves, maybe in a very negative way, that, oh, I'm helpless, I can't do anything, no one likes me. So it could be maybe some experience they've had previously. And all those negative thoughts start to come in the person's mind, the person experiencing major depressive disorder. And then that person experience then becomes more sort of a worldwide problem. So they start to believe that no one likes me, so it becomes more of like other people outside also have a negative sense of what I am. So these are kind of underlying depressive-like symptoms that a person may experience. But again, I think it's important to realize it's actually quite common. So it's a common mental health problem. And sadness is actually a form of experience, a human experience that all of us could experience at any point in our life. But it's short-lived for some people. We've all experienced depression at some point, right? There's this intense feeling of sadness. And it could be for a day, it could be for a week, but once that environmental factor, maybe event, has reduced or has improved in its sense of the world, then you might start to feel a sense of relief. So the depressing-like symptoms like irritability, maybe feeling high levels of self-criticism, all of that could be depleted. Depression itself is found in approximately 16 million adults in the US. It's actually very common. That's about 7% of the population. Right, so it's quite common. But if a person experiences depression for a period of 2 weeks, that's when it's a cause for concern. In general, we might be irritable because of some event that's happened that we've been exposed to. We may have difficulties in sleeping. Maybe for a day, we might have the sense of hopelessness. Maybe the following day, things improve. That's not major depressive disorder, right? But if it's for a 2-week period and it's consistent and it's worsening over time, so feelings like a lack of appetite, insomnia, or maybe hypersomnia, where you're actually staying up, psychomotor retardation, so just feeling quite agitated. Maybe other people observe that you're quite irritable, just a lack of energy, feeling really tired all the time for no given reason. You've had plenty of sleep, but you wake up in the morning and you just feel like, oh God, that sense of tiredness and fatigue. And even when it comes to reflecting on yourself, like having self-worth, that's also quite reduced. It's a sense of worthlessness, guiltiness, and you don't really know why. So there's nothing that you can, point your fingers at going, this is why I'm feeling guilty. So not a solution-focused thing. It's something which has been going on for a while. And then when it comes to concentration, there may be evidence of a lack of concentration and lack of ability to remember things. And then finally, there may be suicidal-like thoughts of death, maybe just having the thoughts, but even planning. Like there's also some signs and symptoms of depression where the person's actually planning what they intend to do. So these are all things which require urgent help and support from a clinician. And if a person's experiencing suicidal ideation, it's really important. If you're a person who's observing someone else who's experiencing these feelings of death or suicide, it's really important that you get them in touch with, not with your GP, but with accident emergency, that you call the paramedics, that it's assessed, and that the necessary treatment is introduced. When we look at general depression, there's a host of things like clinical non-depression symptoms. So if a person's just feeling quite anxious, there are some things you can do. So you can probably distract yourself. So maybe focus on a particular thing, have a routine during your day. You can learn to cook, play an instrument, do something which is distracting you from feeling that sense of worthlessness and hopelessness. You can also start to identify simple sources of joy. What brings joy in your life? Now, it's okay with me giving you a series of things that you could do, but we probably need to ask ourselves, like I need to ask myself, what brings me happiness, right? For me, it could be the simplest thing, like picking up my phone call, calling maybe a close friend, or maybe calling my nephew. That could be very, very a sort of a trigger for happiness for me. So everyone needs to ask that question to themselves. What brings joy in your life, right? And then, of course, if you're experiencing subtle levels of depression, like just feeling sad and maybe worried, it's important to limit the consumption of news, right? Sometimes we watch one program, but we watch another one and another one. It's presenting pretty much similar things, but maybe they have a different host and there's more information that's being added. That tends to worsen our symptoms. So going through lots of material tends to worsen the general experience of feeling worried or irritable or worthlessness in general. So that's something I would suggest. But if a person, of course, is experiencing major depressive disorder or MDD, this is a more severe case of depression, not simply feeling worried, but also feeling irritable and the symptoms I was talking about earlier. And so the treatments for people with depression could be in 2 or 3 different forms. One of them could be antidepressant, so that tends to help improve your brain activity in terms of improving the chemicals within the brain, which stimulate mood and stress levels and improve those stress levels. These usually take about 2 to 4 weeks to set in. So if a person's on antidepressants, they might find that their sleep is improving, their appetite is improving, maybe their concentration levels are improving. But it's only after the 2-week period or within the 4-week period when you'll start to see that improvement in your mood. Additionally, psychotherapy is considered to be very effective. So your viewers may have heard of cognitive behavioral therapy for major depressive disorder. There are quite a few sessions that a person will need to undergo just to identify what are the core issues that a person is experiencing with these depressive-like feelings, and then specifically targeting them. So a psychotherapist would ask, for example, to write a diary of entries. So write a series of thoughts. What sort of experiences are you having on a day-to-day basis? And then the following meeting, they would go through those points with you and find out what the trigger points were. So what is it in the environment which may be bringing out those symptoms? But also you can use interpersonal therapy. So this is very much focusing on you and the relationships that you have with others. And the interpersonal relationships therapy is focusing on the idea that there is something going on with your relationships. So it could be with your family or even externally. And it's about improving those relationships. So once you can improve those relationships, a lot more improvements can be found in terms of your mood and general anxiety. And the third point is brain stimulation. So many of you may have heard, like back in the days, they used to have ECT, electroconvulsive therapy. And there's a lot of course, some alarming histories relating to ECT. But it's actually now a very, very simple technique. It doesn't involve any sort of evasion. It's an effective measure of severe depression. So if you're experiencing major depressive disorder and nothing seems to work effectively and you need rapid intervention, then a clinician may propose ECT as a first line of treatment. It's not painful. It allows the patient who's undergoing ECT to be alert and to be awake. They could either be playing on their PS4, for example. So it's not something that's painful, and it only takes a few minutes. So this is when nothing seems to work very effectively, or when a robust intervention is needed to treat people with depression. So yeah, it could be something very simple. So if you're experiencing this sadness of mood, maybe 1 or 2 days, then you can try something which involves distractibility, involves things like focusing on, connecting with your family and friends, having a sense of gratitude, but also talking to your loved ones. But if a person experiencing major depressive disorder, then indeed they do need to go to a clinician, and then these are the types of treatments they may find to be beneficial.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nora. We do have some questions coming in. One question is from Onayo from Kenya. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Any guide on diet during depression or exercise during depression?
Yes. Well, thank you so much for that question. Absolutely. Diet does make a difference. There's been evidence suggesting that eating certain fruits, like bananas, for example, can increase your serotonin levels. You can boost or stimulate the cells in your body. And so it has, certain fibers, etc., which can be hugely beneficial. Additionally, there are certain foods, like if you have less carbohydrates and more protein-based foods, that can also maintain your energy levels and make you feel less tired, because that's one of the symptoms of depression as well. Just feeling really, really like lethargic, feeling low in mood, feeling hopeless. So certain foods which are high in energy, like fruits, are just incredible. Any fruits high in zinc, magnesium, vitamin C, vitamin D, fabulous. Really, really great way of being able to just instantly make you feel good. In terms of exercises, depending on your age, I would suggest, so if you're an adult, a healthy adult, I would definitely suggest some free exercises which are available on YouTube, Instagram. There's also lots of things that you can follow where they have religiously, like every morning at 10 o'clock, an individual who is an expert fitness person would come in front and do a half-an-hour exercise, and you can tune into that. Some things that I've personally found beneficial are things like squats. So doing squats for 1 minute, for example, followed by star jumps, that can be an instant relief. Like, you can feel so much more energized. You'll be surprised. And just time it. Say, right, how many star jumps? It doesn't matter how many. It's just like, I've got a minute. Let me do some star jumps, right? Then let me do some squats, and make sure you're doing it in the right way. You don't want to damage your back, right? So you need to ensure that your back's safe. As you progress further and further, you can try things like push-ups, sit-ups. All of these can really help with your fitness levels. It's not just about feeling energetic, but it's also about maintaining your general well-being. But equally so, it's not about doing it once. So when you do any forms of exercise, you might find that you get really kind of soreness, high levels of soreness, like your legs are in pain, maybe your chest feels quite tight, maybe your arms are feeling really like, oh God, but there's nothing to worry about. Give yourselves a day or two to rest. Right? Because every single person requires a certain level of rest period. It might be 24 hours, it might be 72 hours, it may be longer. So give yourself that sense of just a couple of days off. Drink lots of water if you're doing exercise. It's really important. So 1 liter of water equals 30 kilos of weight, right? But additionally, if you're exercising a lot during the day, like generally, you tend to exercise a couple of times during the week, make sure you drink at least 3 liters of water. Even if your weight is slightly less, drink more water. It really does help, not only with the hydration, but it makes you feel really good. There's a high level of energy. And also you find that when it comes to exercise, you'll be able to benefit more, because hydration is one way of being able to maintain and also increase the amount of muscle in your body. So if you're doing lots of exercise, make sure your protein levels are up. Make sure you're also drinking water. And then also, responding to your bodies. If your body is in pain, then don't exercise the next day, because what you're going to be doing is wearing and tearing those muscles and more, and what it needs is a bit of relaxation. So I hope that makes you feel good, right? So you don't want to overdo it, and you really need to work on what works for you. You might have someone said, no, every morning, 9 o'clock, you have to exercise. This is how it's going to work. But maybe for you, it doesn't work. Maybe for you, you're getting lots of tightness in your chest. Maybe you're getting pain in your legs. So for you, what may be working is giving yourselves that release of like a day or so, and then coming back onto it. And gradually, you will find that you won't be experiencing those pains. So that's the benefit. Just be patient and you'll find that will benefit you.
Thank you, Dr. Nora. And I think it's also important to explain that there's a lot of different exercises out there for different ages. You could be 70 or 80 years old and you might not be able to do jumping jacks, but you can just start with something quite light. One of the other things that I tell all my patients is the importance of cutting down processed foods. And sugar, for example, is that's very detrimental to the brain. So we have to reduce the amounts of sugar that you have. And sugar comes in so many different forms. It's got like 67 different names, like high fructose corn syrup, cane sugar, and just so many. If you Google it, you'll just see all the different names of sugars that's out there. So it's really important to cut back on all of that kind of sugar because of the devastating effects that it does have, especially on children, because often when you have children and they do something good, you kind of create a reward system by giving them something sweet. And then they get used to having that system, and sugar is very addictive. So sugar is very hard to eliminate from the diet. It's something that I worked on for many years. And now if I do have a craving, I'll have something like a medjool date or a date to give me that sweetness, or fruit. You can definitely get a really good amount of sweetness from like blueberries or strawberries, and fruits are just delicious, but you just kind of have to start getting used to eating them. And processed food is also really bad for you. So you have to be looking at the labels and reading labels. And if there's something on the label that you don't understand, chances are it isn't good for you. You want to be looking at the whole foods, right, Dr. Nora? More of the apples, the kale, the spinach, and things like that.
Yes, absolutely. That's so true. I think when you look at a particular label, it could be a protein, a bar. There is sometimes a lot of sugar which is hidden. If you look at the nutritional information, it says that, yes, you're going to get about 14 grams of protein, but with that, there's high levels of carbs, the sugar levels are really high. And that's why, frankly, it tastes so good, because it's not just plain and simple nuts and things that are obviously very good for you, but it's also got a lot of other sugars which are hidden. So I think it's really important that we do watch out for those underlying factors. And even just having fruit, like an apple a day, like they say, is really, really beneficial. And just having fruits that keep your mood elevated, it keeps you feeling good, happy. And of course, there's also other things that you could do as well. There are these high metabolic boosting juices that you can make. And things like adding cucumber, celery, maybe half an apple and lots of spinach. And it's really simple, but grinding that and having that every other day or every day, if you'd like, is fabulous. But also having ginger, for example, adding some ginger in that high boosting or high energy shake can make you feel so good. So this is some things that we can do even just to elevate our moods. If we are feeling a bit worried or we're just feeling like doom and gloom, that kind of experience, certainly I would go out reaching for fresh fruits and vegetables, particularly things like I was mentioning, celery. We don't tend to have that as much. How many of us have cucumbers, right? We don't actually go out going, right, I'm going to have a cucumber today or a carrot. But if it's in a juice that you make, or you make a really nice salad and you can put some fruit in it, it's more inviting. So that's something we could possibly do.
That's great. That kind of brings us on to next Sunday on the 13th at 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. We actually have a vegan vegetarian session on Healing Our Earth, which is going to be talking about good food and how to support our body through nutrition. So that's very exciting. Dr. Noor, we have one other question coming in, and the question is about phobic states. From Fatima from Dubai. She's asking, how do you deal with phobias? I guess I'm assuming around COVID-19.
Yes. So if a person's if you're experiencing a phobia or general underlying fear, what I would recommend is the breathing exercise I was talking about. I think it's really important to contextualize what's happening and to realize that you're not alone. Fatima, you're not alone at all. We're all experiencing this together. And remember that there are people out there. There are your close family members, maybe your friends out there to support you. If you do find that this underlying fear is going on and you've been experiencing this consistently for a long period of time, I certainly recommend that you get in touch with your physician. It may just be a call. They might say, for example, that there's nothing to worry about, or they may say, you know what, why don't you come to my clinic and we'll have a discussion about this. That's really important. Take the action that's needed. So assess yourself to say that, okay, how am I feeling? How have I been experiencing this for a long period of time? Maybe a sense of restlessness, maybe a feeling of like panic-like experiences, feeling a sense of danger. But some of the things that I've talked about earlier about breathing exercises, keeping yourself busy, interacting with other people like your friends, all of those things I think will definitely improve the experience. But if you find that it's actually worsening over time and nothing seems to work, then I'll certainly get in touch with your treating clinician.
Perfect. And then we have one final question from Suzanne from Australia. And her question is about obsessive compulsive disorder. She says she's finding herself washing her hands repetitively a lot. Do you have any advice on that?
So yeah, so with individuals who experience obsessive-like compulsive disorders, this is basically quite a serious anxiety-related condition where a person experiences like frequent, intrusive or unwelcoming thoughts. It could be thoughts, it could be images that they have, it could be certain levels of like impulses or feelings, and these are what we know as obsessions. So they're actually obsessive-like thoughts. And then we have compulsion. So when we have these obsessions, they result in a person carrying out repetitive behaviors or rituals. And those are compulsions. And that tends to reduce the obsessive-like traits. So if a person experiences obsessive compulsive-like disorders, it's almost like a vicious cycle. So they're experiencing these really intrusive, unwanted thoughts. But the moment they go into doing something, let's say cleaning, then those experiences are reduced. They have a sense of relief. So it's quite common during this period, particularly when we're not used to, let's say, using a Dettol spray and spraying everything down. Let's say we've ordered something online and then all the food from the supermarket arrives. We find ourselves spending half an hour or so spraying each and everything, leaving it on the side, waiting for it to dry, and then placing it in the fridge. And this is something we haven't done before. So it's very normal at this current period to feel like, oh, am I having this sense of obsessive-like traits because I am cleaning up a lot, I am washing up a lot, I'm cleaning the surfaces a lot. But I think it's important to realize that the reason why we're doing this is because a lot of the guidelines that we've received, which are obviously very, very important for our general well-being, right? So to remove any germs, any contamination. But when these obsessive-like traits become quite intrusive and they become, or they lead to some form of distress in the individual, that's when it's really important to seek help. So when you're not just cleaning the surfaces, but you're doing this numerous times, when you don't really want to clean, let's say wash the dishes for a second time or a third time, and yet you are going through the act of washing. You may have already washed the things that have come through from, let's say, one of your online orders, and yet you feel the need to clean or maybe spray those surfaces and objects again, or those food items. So when it comes to that level of worry or concern or a sense of irritability, that's when I think it's really, really important that a person goes and seeks help. But otherwise, it's during the pandemic, it's perfectly normal for people to wash their hands to minimize this high contagious virus from spreading, and of course it's quite important. But when the hand washing becomes extreme and the safety seeking behavior, so the fact that you're taking precautions, is actually creating more anxiety in you, that's when you know that you require support from a clinician. So get in touch with your treating physician, tell them the experiences you're having, and there may be some anxiety-led medication that can support your feelings.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nora. Any final thoughts that you'd like to give the viewers about their mental health?
Yes, absolutely. So we're living in a world at the moment where things seem really unprecedented, things seem really uncertain. So it's really, really important that if we do sense a feeling of depression, anxiety, if we have any medical problems that we're experiencing, please do seek help. It's really, really important. We've heard a lot from the doctors who've said A&E is open or ER is open. Please do come to us. It's so important. They do have separate wards for individuals who may be experiencing, who've got COVID. There's also separate wards for those who don't have COVID. So please, please do go and meet your physicians. If there's something really, if it's an emergency, then of course, do go and contact the 911, do get in touch with the emergency centre, because they are there to help. And remember that mental health is equally important as your physical health. So it's really important that you do seek help, get in touch with a loved one, get in touch with a close family member, and just get that necessary support, because you matter. It's really, really important that you give yourselves the value, because you are loved by many people and you really do need the support to be able to live a fulfilling and happy life. So wish you all the best and have a wonderful Christmas. And of course, I look forward to seeing all of you next year.
Thank you. And you are loved by all of us at Healing Our Earth also. Don't forget that. You're part of our family and our community now. I'd like to thank all our viewers and all our facilitators on Healing Our Earth. It's quite a project to put this together, and there's a lot of people involved, and just wanted a heartfelt thank you. Putting a community together like this so that you never feel alone. We're here every Sunday, and you can go to our website, www.healingourearth, and there are many resources there for you. Everything's recorded there, so you can watch all the wonderful presentations that are on there. We are going to be here again on Sunday the 13th from 2 p.m. to 7, where we're going to be talking about vegan and vegetarian foods. So that's going to be a yum session. And till next time, a global namaste.